Equalizer. Zoe Bones. Get it.
I'm outraged. Outraged.
Me too.
Calm down. Have some Javachino. Good girl.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Alrighty, what is up, my artists? We are doing another ranking video on top of the multiple ranking videos I've done in the past. We are doing another one, this time on Zoey 101, the Nickelodeon show. I am gonna try and have fucking Viacom not take this down, because fuck's sake. But there is 61 episodes I have to rank, and there is a combined 4 seasons of the show, so I haven't seen this show since I was a kid. I remember watching it on Teen Nick a lot of the times, because I didn't watch it on Nickelodeon when it premiered. I watched it, this and Ned's Declassified, I watched both on Teen Nick when I was younger. If you guys all remember Teen Nick, it was actually a nice network. I have a lot of fucking good memories of it, but a lot of people don't remember it because it didn't really last that long. I think it lasted maybe like 4 or 5 years. Yeah, it's kind of like one of those networks, kind of like the Hub, not the Hub you guys are all thinking about. That's not what I'm saying. You know what I mean by the Hub. Hopefully, I hope to God you know what I mean by the Hub. Jesus. But Zoey 101 was one of the things that I watched on that network. So I figured I would take another nostalgia trip down memory lane and see if the show was as good as I remembered. Looking back on some of it, might not be too fondly remembered because Dan Schneider. But yeah, so by the end of this, I want to review the whole show, rank it, and then I will have a separate review for the revival movie, Zoey 102, I believe is what it was called. That's the plan, at least. Separate video, not this video, but yeah. So, without further ado, let's get to Season 1, Episode 1 of Zoey 101. That's a lot of ones. Let's get to it.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Alrighty, Season 1, Episode 1 of Zoey 101. God damn it, that's so many ones. This episode was called Welcome to PCA. It was basically the introduction to the characters, Zoey, Chase, Logan, Dana, and fucking Nicole. Those are the characters they fucking introduced in this episode. There was a couple of other characters that haven't got their names yet. They eventually will, from what I remember at least. But basically it started off with Zoey. Oh, I should mention her brother Dustin, the little brother Dustin, goes to this school as well. Fucking Zoey having her first day at PCA, which is used to be an all boys fucking school, and now it allows girls to go there now. So she has her first day, meets all the cast pretty much, and basically the whole gist of the episode is figuring out, who's going to be the characters in the show, and then also like mainly main pilot stuff, and then basically the fucking plot of the episode ends up being that Zoey is about to have a basketball game with Logan, and basically it's going to be 5 guys versus 5 girls, and that's like the gist of it. And the girls have to train because stereotypically fucking girls don't know how to play basketball. Stereotypically, this is Dan Schneider we're talking about. This is what we're dealing with here. He's the one who wrote this. I'm not saying that as a statement, okay? But, nonetheless, fucking, there was some weird things that I did notice about this first episode. Fucking, the weird emphasis on slow shots of the prepubescent women running. Thanks, Dan. I really needed to see that. You know, it didn't fucking... When I looked at it when I was a child, I didn't think anything of it, but now I just think it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, Dan. It's honestly. But either way, the girls are getting their asses kicked in basketball, basically, and then Logan ends up fucking, like, KSI elbowing Zoey in the fucking nose, giving her a bloody nose, and they're about to forfeit, and then the character Dana comes out and is like, I could play basketball, and then they play well, and they get to where the boys have 28, the girls have 27, and the girls lose, but the girls get on the basketball team. Dana and fucking Zoey get on the basketball team, I should say. And then, fucking, at the end of the episode, the girls are all having a party, and then fucking, like, Chase, and, like, which is the main love interest for Zoey. We're going to talk about Chase a lot in this fucking show. But fucking, yeah, fucking basically, like, Chase and the other guys or whatever, besides Logan, are just like, we want to party too, and then they party, and then fucking Zoe's like, we're gonna make a few changes to make ourselves comfortable, and they, for some reason, they ended off, and I could only think this is a Dan Schneider shot, like, thought and shot, where fucking Zoey and the rest of the girls redecorate a urinal to where it's like a fountain, and I'm just like, why? I don't remember that as a child, and it's just like, what? Like, what? The last time I watched this shit was when I was fucking 8. Like, and I don't remember that, of course. Man, it's... This is a lovely, disturbing look back at my childhood, I guess. Yeah, fucking, since it's the first episode, I guess it's at the top of the list so far. I can't really fucking put it at the bottom right now because, you know, it's the first episode I've watched. So, yeah, fucking, welcome to PCA. It was a decent start, had some weird elements to it, but it's gonna be an ever Dan Schneider show, so yeah, I don't really have much to say besides that, but let's go ahead and get to Season 1, Episode 2 of Zoey 101 right about now.
Are you ready?
Alrighty. Season 1, Episode number 2 of Zoey 101. This episode was called New Roomies. Basically, the main plot was about fucking... There was a couple plots, I should say. Some side plots and the main plot. The main plot was about Zoey, Dana, and Nicole fighting about their all of their fucking, I guess, like, quarrels with rooming together. So Nicole has a loud blow dry, like hair dryer. Fucking botching. This is the second episode I'm already botching. But loud hair dryer, and then Zoey always loses her key, and then fucking Dana likes her sleep and doesn't like getting woken up, basically, and is apparently a slob, which I don't understand how that correlates. A lot of this, like, watching it now, I don't see how sleeping in is like a slob thing to do. I don't understand. But that was the gist of what they were fucking telling us and shit. So that's happening, and then Zoey tells Chase, and then everything, and they see fucking a girl named Quinn, who everybody thinks is weird and everything. So Zoey goes and talks to her and befriends her and everything, and then she moves out of Dana and Nicole's fucking room, and moves into Quinn's room, and it's a whole thing because Quinn does Quinn experiments. It's what they fucking, or Quinventions, or what the fuck ever it's, and all this shit. I will say, just thinking of this Quinn character now, like, I didn't really think anything of it when I was a kid, but thinking of it now, and thinking of all the things I know about Dan Schneider, I feel like, besides the sexual undertones of some of the shit, like, I feel like this was just Dan Schneider's fucking way of putting his fucking weird ideas into this show, because there was one scene where fucking Quinn was doing an experiment, and she put, like, 2 liquids in a bucket, and then put raw meat in the bucket, and it melted, and I'm just like, why? Like, why, though? Like, why was that? I know she's supposed to be weird and unusual, but, like, why was that a fucking scene that I just saw? But fucking, it gets to a point where Quinn asks Zoey to move out because she gets too uptight when she does her experiments, and while this is going on, fucking Logan and I don't remember the other roommate's name or friend's name, but I know he's played by fucking Kyle Massey's brother. So that's like the most cursed thing ever. But they're all talking to Chase, and they're like, oh, well, if you want to hang out with Zoey because you like her or whatever, you gotta make sure her friends are out of the equation or whatever, basically. And trying to make it to where Zoey doesn't make up with Dana and Nicole or whatever and shit. But basically, fucking Nicole, Dana, and Zoey make up, and there's also another side plot where Zoe's brother Dustin spent all his money on 5 pounds of gummy worms. I don't know if you could actually fucking do that. I don't think a candy store will let you actually fucking do that. So there's that, but fucking, so he's sitting there and he's trying to get money, and everything, and he does this, like, Spanish class, but he doesn't know, like, he doesn't know how to teach Spanish because he doesn't know Spanish. And it's cursed. And then he ends up fucking singing a song on, like, the corner to get, like, tips and shit with a guitar. And in my head, I'm just like, if you don't have the money for anything, how did you get a fucking guitar? that's where I'm going with that. But then I'm also just like, why? Why was this a fucking side plot? Like, I don't even fucking know, dude. Oh, man. But, besides that, it ended with Chase and Zoey going to the movies, and Chase was going to give Zoey a rose, but then Dana and Nicole show up, so he doesn't. So that was a little sucky moment. It will get better, I assume, when it comes to that storyline, but cursed fucking episode. I will say, because of the cursedness, it kind of has to go at the bottom right now, because it's so cursed that I can't put that over the pilot, man. I can't put it over the pilot. So, yeah. On to the next fucking episode. Season 1, Episode 3 of Zoey 101. Right about now. God damn it.
Are you ready?
So, Season 1, Episode 3. It starts off with Zoey and her friends walking across the school. They're just talking, chatting, and they see a group of boys, rating them, from their attractiveness. And then Zoe's little brother Dustin walks by, and he's like saying, "Hi, what's up?" And Zoey quote unquote fixes his outfit, making his hair messy, pulling like his socks a little more down, and like it was really weird. But anyway, he says, "Okay, I gotta get to geometry class." And Zoe's friends are like shocked. They were like, "What? You have geometry class in 6th grade?" And Zoey explains how he's just simply a brilliant kid. And Zoey just keeps on embarrassing him until she's just like, "Okay, Zoey, I gotta go to class." So later, in class, Dustin is watching this big bully kid named Keith, do like a lesson on like fucking geometry, I think it was. It was geometry, sorry. I just said that earlier, damn. But anyway, there was a geometry little lesson that Keith tried to do, but he failed. And Dustin wanted to go and correct him. He raised his hand. He was like, "You know what, teacher? No, this is wrong." And this did not make Keith happy. So Dustin, he continues, fixing up the problem, and everyone's like clapping and shit. And basically, Keith is not happy about this. Like I said before, he goes to threaten Dustin. Like, he's like, "If you don't do my French homework by tomorrow, very bad things will happen." So Dustin's fucking terrified. So now he's just, just out of his fucking mind with fear, because this big ass kid, like twice his size, is just fucking threatening him to do his French homework. And anyway, so then there's Zoey and Chase. They are, just chilling around. And then Chase offers to give her a ride on his bike or motorcycle, whatever one. And they drive like across campus or something, and they come across the campus's janitor. I forgot his name, but Mr. Herb, I think. I don't fucking know. But anyway, he was like a failed actor, and they asked him to do like Shakespearean quotes, and he was good at it, but it was also pretty cringe. And like, anyway, later they go back to the dorm where their friends just randomly walk in with a new dog by the name of Elvis, and Zoey and her friends, the dudes brought them in, by the way, and the girls were like, what the hell, guys, like, this isn't allowed, on the dorms, and they try to convince them, and there was this really, really gross joke that I did not really like. One of the girls said, like, if he messes up, one of the girls asked, hey, is that male or female? She checks and she's like, oh, yep, it's male. And then one of the girls who did not really approve the dog said, like, yeah, well, he better behave, otherwise he won't be a male anymore. And they're like, ooh, and I'm sure you can get that kind of joke. Anyway, later, they go and, Zoey and Chase hear about, what Keith is doing to Dustin, and they are not happy about this. Zoey tries to confront Dustin, or Keith, and, she's not happy with him, but all this does is damage Dustin's reputation and just, like, embarrass the shit out of him, because, his big sister's defending him against this big-ass dude. Anyway, so that doesn't really work out. So then Dustin just ends up hating her, and then, a cringe scene with Dustin, or Jesus Christ, these names, Chase and Zoey, where, Zoe's sitting down, she's really embarrassed as to what she did, and, they, like, have a small talk, and then a really cringy moment where, like, Zoey is, like, complaining about dudes and how they act, and, Chase is like, well, they're not that bad, and, like, he wanted to, like, challenge it, and he was like, alright, well, you better, like, get out of here, because he's about to, like, chase her or some shit, and it was the most cringiest fucking scene I've ever seen. But anyway, they go to, like, a diner or something, and basically, so throughout the episode, they're just trying to, like, figure out a way to, like, deal with, Keith, messing with Dustin, and, Dustin is stuck doing an all-nighter, trying to, get away from, Keith's rampage, trying to do his homework, just so he would leave him the fuck alone, but, anyway, there's also, sorry, I only watched it once, I'm trying to remember, anyway, then, Zoey and Chase, come up with a plan, but they don't really tell it until, like, the end of the episode, and anyway, later, the, dog in the dorm, they were like, okay, well, it got taken away. Someone took it away, the DA or whatever the fuck. And they were not happy about this. And, later they do get him back, and they have to, like, sneak him into, like, a hiding spot with all the stuffed animals so he can blend in. And, there's that, and the DA walks in, and she's like, you know the protocol, and you know the rules, guys. Another corny, you're about to say what you think they're going to say, but they don't, this kind of scene. She's like, boys aren't supposed to be in the female dorms after 8 p.m. It's 8:04. And, the guys just laugh it off and say they're about to be on their way out. DA just like, uh-huh. And, anyway, the next day, or whatever, Keith is sent to the principal's office, and he's greeted by a man who he does not seem to be familiar with. It's this stern, tall, like, scary-looking guy who calls himself the Dean of Discipline. And he's like, Dean of what? And the Dean of Discipline was like, don't you talk back! A very aggressive teacher, basically. And he's like, I swear, if you ever make fun of a kid, especially smaller than you, I will not hesitate to expel you and stuff like that. And, this terrifies Keith to the point where he goes out and tries to apologize to Dustin, but Dustin has a plan up his sleeve to, not let him, I guess. And Keith goes up to him to try to apologize, but Dustin's having none of it. He's like, no, fuck you. And, why you have to be so mean? Just leave me alone. And, it starts to attract a crowd. So, Keith's just like, okay, fine, whatever. And he just walks off. So, yeah, they're happy with that. The situation with Keith is dealt with. They got their dog back, and, everyone's pretty chill. So, yeah, that was a basic description of Season 1, Episode 3 of Zoey 101.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, Season 1, Episode number 4 of Zoey 101, the play. This episode was about it had a couple plots, actually, I should say, but it was mainly about Chase, writing this play, and the main gist of it was to get Zoey in the play so that way he could kiss Zoey or whatever, because he's in love with Zoey, because that's the main plot of the show at this point. Basically what happens is Logan, after he's said that plays are stupid and dumb, pretty much, he auditions and takes Chase's spot in the play, and basically Chase is pissed, and Zoe's falling for Logan and shit because he's such a good actor and everything. It gets to a point where Michael tries to tell Chase, oh, just change your play. And Chase tries to change it to, instead of kissing Zoey, it's Zoey leans in to kill. It's so fucking stupid. It's idiotic. But, yeah, so in the end, Chase tries to get Logan sick since he's the understudy, and ends up getting himself sick. But then Logan fucks it up anyway because he acts like a dickhead, pretty much. And so Zoey goes off script, and it apparently makes the play better to the audience, apparently. I don't know why. It makes no sense to me. But apparently it makes the play better. I don't know. I will say, the Quinn character, I'm gonna mention this character because in the other plot, Dustin is sick, and he's trying to find Zoey, can't find her, so Quinn goes and tries to help him being sick, and I swear to God, dude, Quinn is just Dan Schneider incarnate. I'm not joking, because at one point Quinn is trying to cure Dustin with her science experiments, and one of the things that she tries to cure him with is this thing that adjusts molecules, and it makes it tickles Dustin's feet. It's weird, dude. It's actually weird, and it's just played for it's actually the weirdest thing I've seen in this show so far. It was actually disgusting, and I was like, why the fuck? Absolutely, why the fuck, bro? It's some weird ass shit, dude. Some weird ass shit. I know Dan Schneider personally wrote that. There's no way he didn't. It was weird, dude. But besides that curseness, I'm gonna have to put this above New Roomies and fucking Defending Dustin. So it is now number 2 on the ranking. Only because of the play parts. I like the main story, okay? I don't like the fucking weird Dan Schneider shit. Dude, I don't care for that, man. I really don't care for that. But fucking on that note, let's go ahead and get to episode number 5 of season 1 of Zoey 101. Fucking lot of ones.
Are you ready?
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking season 1, episode number fucking 5 of Zoey 101. Dude, this episode was called Webcam. It was the most cursed episode. The whole gist of the fucking episode is that Logan fucking works at this sushi delivery place that delivers on campus. And fucking he keeps calling in sick because Chase works there as well, so Chase has to do all the deliveries. But the main fucking portion of why is because he gifts the girls' dorm a fucking bear with a webcam in it. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Like, why in the fuck is this a fucking plot line for a children's TV show? What the fuck? That's so fucked. Dude, why? Why? Just why, bro? Like, I don't get it. I don't get... This has to go close to the bottom of the list so far. It was so cursed and ungodly. And then, this is how I know the Quinn character is just Dan Schneider incarnate. Not only did last episode did she fucking tickle children's feet, not only that, but now in this episode, there's a plot line and a running joke where she eats baby food. What the fuck is going on? What is going on, bro? Why? Like, why? Why? This is so fucking cursed and bad. I don't understand. What the fuck is going on? Like, what the fuck? Dude. Oh my god, dude. Like, I don't even know, man. Webcam, not fully the bottom of the list, but it's going near it. On to the next one.
Are you ready?
Alright, hello all you Dan Schneider foot fetish enthusiasts like Austin. Devin here, and Austin has asked me to be a part of this Zoey 101 project, so I am going to be covering one episode from each season, so you will see me, or rather, hear me, once every season. And so the season 1 episode that I have chosen to cover is season 1 of Zoey 101, and is episode 6, and is called JetX. So, what is JetX about? Well, it's definitely not fucking JetX that you would see on TV, I'll tell you that much. But, so, like any Dan Schneider project, it starts off with young girls getting dressed in their fucking bedroom. So, you know, just, yeah, and you know, right when, you know, Zoey and her 2 fucking friends are getting dressed, it says, oh, written by Dan Schneider. So, you know, that's, what a way to start off this episode, Dan Schneider with his, patented fucking, way that he does things, we'll say. And don't worry, there is some, controversies about this show I might be covering in this. I don't know yet, but fucking, because Dan Schneider is a total fucking creep. But anyway, so the episode starts off with Zoey and her two friends, Dana and Nicole. I believe that is her name. Yes, it is. Okay, Nicole. And they wake up late for class, and apparently their teacher, Mr. Bender, said that if they're late one more time, that they will get a 0 for the day. So they have to hurry up and get dressed, and we get this montage of Zoey and her friends picking out clothes and putting clothes on because, you know, Dan Schneider. And then they have to hurry up and get to class, and Zoey calls her friend Chase, and he is with his friend Michael, and she asks him if he can make Mr. Bender late for class. This is so early 2000s, by the way, like, they're saying shit like totally and you rock and all this shit. But, so Chase says that he can, so hangs up the phone, and Zoey and her friends have to fucking hurry up and pretty much fucking run across the whole campus to get to their class. And then Chase and Michael see Mr. Bender walking to class, and they devise a plan to make him late. So Chase's bright idea is to have Michael beat him up, and he goes to punch the fuck out of him. He's just like, no, don't hit me. Kind of like fucking, kind of like Sable. He said, no, she said, no, don't hit my face. I'll stop. But, fucking, so they, he tells him, just tackle me. So Michael tackles him, and then Mr. Bender is just like, oh, what's going on here? Break it up. And then he's just like, why are you guys fighting? And Chase is just like, he said I have bushy hair. And they're both just confused, and they're just like, what? And then Mr. Bender makes them shake hands, and then we see Zoey and her friends finally get to class, and this fucking asshole character named Logan, he's just like, oh, you guys are late, and they're just like, oh, we're not late, we were here 10 minutes ago. And then fucking Mr. Bender and Chase and Michael get there, and he's just like, oh, I'm sorry I'm late. And so they all sit down, and Mr. Bender is just like, oh, I have a special guest speaker coming into class today, and there's none other than Mr. Apparently it's one of his friends from college, Mr. Jake Savage. That is like, that is like an early 2000s name, if I have ever heard one, Jake Savage. And he rides in on this purple scooter, which apparently is called a JetX scooter. Well, he says it's not a scooter. It's very obviously a fucking scooter. But, so he rides his scooter around and honks it, and they look at him like he's the coolest guy in the world, and he's just like, yeah, dude, my name's Jake Savage, and this is my JetX. And he's just like, oh, it's not a bike, it's not a scooter, it's not a motorcycle. And I'm just like, no, what the fuck is it? And he's like, oh, JetX and shit. So he starts giving this whole speech about his company and how they make JetXs, and apparently, according to him, this scooter is the most cutting-edge technology of this time. Like, apparently it is the most, like, futuristic technology in terms of, you know, riding around at, like, fucking, like, 10 miles per hour, you know, but, so, fucking, he says that he needs someone to make a TV commercial for his JetX scooter. I'm just gonna call them scooters, JetX scooters. And so he tasks the class to team up in pairs of 3 and they're all gonna get video cameras, and they're all gonna get their own JetX scooter, and their task is to try to create the best JetX commercial, and the winner, whoever's commercial wins, their commercial will actually be played on TV, and each member of the team will receive their own JetX scooters. So Zoey teams up with her 2 friends, Dana and fucking Nicole, and fucking Chase and Michael team up with Logan because apparently he's their roommate, I guess, even though they don't really want to. Logan's kind of like, he's kind of like the bully type character in this, I guess. So Zoey and her friends are trying to come up with ideas for their commercial, and then Chase, Michael, and Logan all walk up and they're just like, oh, fucking don't talk to the competition and shit. And then Logan's just like a asshole throughout this whole episode. So they try to come up with ideas for their commercial, and we see that Logan gets a whole ass. Apparently, his dad is like a movie producer or something, and he gets like a whole ass production crew, whole set designs, and everything. And he gets like an even better video camera to shoot it in. And at one point, he even brings in a fucking actor. I forget what his name is. Hold on. Let me see if I could find it here. He brings in this apparently famous actor named Jeff Garrett, and so he brings in Jeff Garrett and introduces him to Mr. Bender, and Mr. Bender he's just like, oh my god, Jeff Garrett, wow, I've seen all your movies, and shit, and like Zoey and her friends are complaining that it's not fair that Logan can get actors and a whole set design and production crew just because of his dad, and they want Mr. Bender to do something about it, and he's just like, oh well, it's not about what you it's not about what you use, it's not about your set design or whatever, it's just about what you put on screen. And I was like, yeah, well, I mean, that all kind of goes into it. If you have better shit, it's gonna be better. Like, but so fucking Logan just acts like an asshole, and he just like talks about Jeff Garrett, and he's like, because all that matters is what you put on screen, and he just fucking walks away like a fucking asshole. And then we see like Zoey and her friends struggling to come up with ideas of what to do, and they spy on Logan's team, and they see him filming these scenes with Jeff Garrett. I keep almost wanting to say Jeff Jarrett, but fucking that would have been so cursed. Oh my god, now I'm just getting like an image of Jeff Jarrett riding around on a JetX scooter. Austin, if you're listening to this, can you like put a fucking image of Jeff Jarrett on a JetX scooter on the screen? But anyway, oh my god, that's so cursed. But anyways, so Jeff Garrett is doing this commercial, and he's just like, oh, JetX, get one. And then at one point they have like a woman in a bikini fucking kiss him, and he's just like, JetX and shit. So Zoey and her friends start filming this commercial, and it's just kind of like they're talking about the scooter, and they're just like, oh, JetX, and that's like really all they can come up with. And then they had this girl named Quinn on the camera, and she can't figure out how to turn the camera off, so it's still recording. So Dana walks up, and she's just like, oh, this was terrible. And then Nicole gets mad because they used her script, and then Dana was like, oh, well, your script sucked, it was lame. And they start getting, all three of them start getting in an argument, and fucking Zoe's just like, oh, well, JetX is about, like, you can go anywhere or whatever. And then Nicole's like, oh, JetX is all about fucking looking, being cool. And then Dana's just like, oh, well, JetX should be all about speed, all about control. And they just like start getting in this argument. And then Dana throws the script at Nicole, and she's just like, oh, I'm gonna go make my own commercial. And then Nicole gets mad at Zoey, and she's just like, oh, why do you always take Dana's side? And Zoe's like, oh, I'm on your side. And then Nicole's like, oh, well, then fucking, why did you hate on my script? And Zoe's like, because it's lame. And then Nicole's just like, oh, well, I'm going to go make my own commercial too. And I'm just like, and Zoe's like, oh, I'll make my own too. And I'm just like, it doesn't work that way, right? Like, he said you have to be in groups of 3. But anyway, so all 3 of the girls go around trying to make their own commercial. They all use Quinn as the camera person as well. And fucking Dana tries to have this like scene of her riding a scooter with wind blowing through her hair, but Quinn turns up the fan too much and gets like dirt and mud all over Dana. And then fucking Nicole tries to have Quinn record her riding the scooter, but she doesn't really know how to ride it, so she crashes into the camera. And then Zoey has this idea to put balloons on the scooter for some reason, and it starts doing some up type shit where it starts floating away, and Zoey has to like grab it. And all their ideas fucking suck, and they just go nowhere. So they all just get really bummed out, and they none of them have a commercial, and it's due the next day. And so Zoey goes back to her dorm room or whatever, and she sees Nicole and Dana in there, and they're just not talking. Alright, sorry, I had to go do something real quick. Anyway, I was saying, so Zoey comes back to her dorm room, and like I said, Dana and Nicole aren't talking, and then Zoey's just kind of bummed out, and they just have like an awkward conversation, and they're all asking how each other's commercials are going. At first, they all lied, and it was like, oh, it's going great, it's going great, and then Zoe's just like, oh, if I'm being honest, I have nothing, and then Nicole's just like, oh, me neither, mine's so bad, it makes me want to cry, and then Dana's just like, oh, my ideas just suck. And then they realize that they're better together than they are apart, but they don't know what to do because the project is due the next day. And so Zoe's just like, oh, well, we all like shot footage, so what if we try to splice all the footage together and make something out of it? So they pull an all-nighter, and I will tell you, I've pulled my fair share of all-nighters in my teen years, and I will say that, they are fun, but when you get older, my god, it is not fun to pull all-nighters anymore. But anyway, they stay up all night editing this video, and they just can't seem to get it right, and they are just getting frustrated because they can't really put anything together that doesn't seem like it totally sucks, is what they say. And then I think Dana's just like, oh, is there anything else that we could use? And then Zoey keeps playing it, and she's like, wait, what's this? And then they realize the whole fight got recorded, and there's like, oh, fucking Quinn couldn't figure out how to shut the camera off, so I guess it got recorded. And then fucking Dana and Nicole are just like, oh, well, fucking, I don't want to watch this, and they go get ready for class, and then Zoe's just like, oh, I'll catch up with you guys. And so she sees like the clips of them saying, oh, JetX should be about speed, JetX should be about being cool and everything, and so she starts editing. Then we go to Mr. Bender's class, where Jake Savage is there, and Logan plays his commercial, and it's like a really high quality, like professional fucking commercial with Jeff Garrett as the actor, and he's just like, oh, JetX, get one. And it's like, you want to be cool, get JetX. You want to get fucking hot girls, get JetX. Like, fucking, or in Dan Schneider's case, you want to get underage girls, get JetX. But anyway, so Jake likes the commercial. Also, Logan does the voiceover for the commercial, is really cursed, and then he's just like, oh, I really like that, or whatever. And then the last project is for Zoe's team, but Zoe's not there, and Mr. Bender's just like, oh, well, she needs to hurry up because Jake has to leave or whatever. And Zoey walks in at the last moment and hands them the disc, and they put it in the... It was like a DVD player / VCR thing That'll make you feel old if you know what that thing is. But so Zoey had edited together this surprisingly good commercial, and fucking the commercial goes over really well, and Jake is just like, oh, he channeled his inner Dan Schneider when he sees fucking underage girls, and he's just like, oh, this is exactly what I was looking for, and shit, and fucking, he's just like, oh, you guys win, this is the commercial I'm picking, and then Logan's just like, oh, you picked that commercial, and then he's just like, yeah, Logan, yours was, it was just too much, it was too Hollywood, and fucking, so Zoe's team's commercial wins, and they all get their own JetX scooters, and fucking, so the way the episode ends is Zoey, Nicole, and Dana all are riding around campus on their scooters, going to, their JetX scooters, sorry, going to class, and then Logan is just like, he sees them, he's just like, oh, hey, I'm gonna be late, can I get a ride? And they're just like, no, and they fucking drive away at like 10 miles an hour, and they're all laughing and having fun, and then that is where the episode ends. So that was JetX. It was not a bad episode by any means. Fucking Logan, like I said, was just an asshole the whole time. So, but yeah, overall, I thought it was a pretty decent episode. Definitely not cutting edge technology, especially around that time, but you know, such as early 2000s shows. I will say the stuff with them getting dressed was really fucking creepily shot. So credit goes to Dan Schneider for that, I guess. So, but yeah. So with that being said, fucking, this was my review for season 1. So I will be back on season 2 to cover another episode. So until then, let's get back to Schneider's Bakery, aka the Austin the Artist channel, so Austin can talk about more of his foot fetish and how he loves sucking on big fucking athlete's foot toes covered in fungus. Anyway, thank you guys for watching this review, and Kyle's gonna go film underage girls getting dressed, and Austin's gonna go put feet in his mouth. So I'll see you guys back for season 2, and remember, JetX. Get one.
Are you ready?
Alright, so this is the video recording of my episode of Zoey 101 for Austin's review. If anybody watching this video does not know who I am Kyle Danger, friends of Devin and Austin and all of them. So, thank you, Austin, for giving it to me, letting me do a few of these episodes. I greatly appreciate it. I'll be here in the next few episodes eventually as well. So, the episode I'm starting off with is Spring Fling. And we might as well just get right into the review. So, basically, this was the most cursed shit I had to see, because Drake Bell was in it. I'm just going to say that straight up, but that's the reason why I picked it. And I'm going to try to refrain from doing Spider-Man references at all. But basically, the episode started off with all the kids in the PCA or whatever watching a documentary on grass, like the Nature's documentary or whatever it was called. And then Zoey comes in and tells them about that she's hosting the Spring Fling or whatever for that year in the school. And she talks about getting Drake Bell to sing at the Spring Fling that year. Of course, and then it also when she talks about getting Drake Bell there, before they call them or whatever, his manager, freaking this kid named Dustin comes in and talks about doing this I keep saying documentary, my bad. talks about doing this project or like an experiment, and basically like this girl has this wristband on him, basically like that shocks him if he falls asleep or whatever. And then after that, it cuts to Zoey and the other kids basically calling Drake Bell's manager, and the manager asks for $5,000, which of course they can't do because they don't have $5,000. So Zoey decides to hold a what do they call it? Goddamn. It's like something fair. I forget what they call them, but it's like a school fair or something like that. I don't know what you call them. I forget what you call them. But it was one of those, and they have like different activities and stuff like that to hopefully raise $5,000 to get Drake Bell to sing at the spring fling. But unfortunately, they only raised $1,000. But they do meet with the PCA guy earlier as well. Oh, who runs he's like one of the people who runs Spring Fling or whatever. And he talks about washing his car, and he said he would give them an extra $4,000. And they ask him why they would do that, or he would do that, and he says, "Oh, because I used to go to the school and now I'm rich," is what he said, or whatever. So he offers to pay them $4,000 to get his car washed or whatever, and he says he's staying at the hotel across the street. So they agree to do that. And of course, being the kids that they are, the car does get wrecked. And they ask like, "Oh, what are we gonna do?" or whatever to get the car fixed. And so they get this really weird freaking janitor looking guy. He's like a mechanic, and he's like all sorts of freaking like stereotypical. He's got like the blue nasty road, like the nasty freaking looking goddamn leader hosing on or whatever the fuck, and like the overalls basically. He's got those on and stuff, and he says that it would probably be like 20-something thousand to fix the car. So they actually get the car fixed, and the PCA guy comes down and gets it fixed. But before they could get the car there, because the guy was still driving it to the school or whatever, they basically tell Zoey and the girls tell these two kids, I forget what their names are, but it's like the kid with the curly hair and the other kid. Basically, he tells them to distract them, so that they distract them and do this whole like dance and weird looking shit. It's really weird what they do. But basically, they do this whole dance or whatever for them, or for him, and after distracting him, he gets back up the car, pays them $4,000. But before that, they already called Drake's manager for it. But Drake's manager obviously doesn't know that, of course. So when Drake's manager does get there with the band and stuff like that, he says, "Oh, we had a deal or whatever. We can't really do this. We have a deal and stuff." So after that, Drake Bell himself comes on the screen, and of course sees that they have the cool like shirts they made early in the episode for him and stuff like that, and he says, "Oh, you know what?" Like Drake Bell comes to that idea, and he's like, "You know what? If you guys give us your shirt logo or whatever, we'll do the show. I'll do the show for free." And then they of course agree to that, and Drake Bell plays at the Spring Fling, and the episode ends off with Drake Bell, of course, getting the Spring Fling or whatever, like doing his show there at the Spring Fling and stuff, and. Yeah, so, and then the episode ends off with Dustin taking off the bracelet and him falling asleep at the end of the episode, and yeah. So that's basically my review of Zoey 101 Spring Fling for Austin the Artist's review. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. Hopefully it didn't sound too fast or anything like that. But yeah, Austin, I will give it away back to you, or whoever's doing the next episode. So, yeah, I'm going to go up and upload this on my YouTube now and almost send it to you, Austin, but, anyway, take it away to Austin.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, Season 1, Episode number 8 of Zoey 101. The episode was called Prank Day. Basically, it was your standard prank episode. There isn't much to say about this fucking episode. It's your standard prank episode where the guys prank the girls, and then the girls basically prank the guys back by defaming a statue, fucking, and shit, fucking, it like, for some reason, got the principal all fucking mad and shit, as that was his father's statue and shit, so he basically says, oh, it's gonna be an all-boys school, and then Zoey convinces him, oh, let's just expel me, it was my idea, and they fucking prank the fucking principal and shit, and I was just like, I don't know, man. This episode was kind of lame. As a kid, I never really liked it either, so this is probably going to be bottom of the list so far. But yeah, I don't really have much to say about it, so on to the next one.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, Season 1, Episode number 9 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Quinn's Date, and basically the gist of it is fucking Zoey, Nicole, and fucking Dana find out that Quinn is interested in this guy named Mark, and fucking basically Mark isn't interested in her. It gets to a point where Quinn was trying to ask him out, but she couldn't. So Zoey sits there and asks Mark out for Quinn, and basically fucking he says no, and Zoey said he said yes and everything. So they try to figure out a way to get Quinn not to go on this date. It doesn't work. And basically, after that, it gets to a point where Zoey devises this plan with Chase to make an accidental date happen that's not a date, but is a date at the same time. It's stupid. It's honestly kind of stupid. But fucking when it comes down to it, fucking it gets to a point where Mark's girlfriend shows up on the date and everything, and that sets off a whole chain reaction and shit. Makes it to where his girlfriend dumps him, and then Quinn doesn't want him either, and it's a whole fucking thing. The other side, well, I mean, I guess I just mentioned, before I mentioned the other side plot, the end of the episode was, I guess, Quinn and Mark getting together because Zoey and Chase fixed things, basically. The other side plot was fucking Dustin being scared of animals. So, fucking Michael and Chase basically sit there and ask Dustin to watch their dog Elvis, and Dustin just keeps having and fucking screaming fits about how he's scared of fucking the dog and everything, and that was basically the gist of that. But yeah, fucking ranking wise, I would say it just goes in the middle. I don't really have, I would say lower middle, honestly. But yeah, so that was episode number 9. We are almost done with season 1, so let's go ahead and get to episode number 10 of season 1 of Zoey 101 right about now.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 1, episode 10, of Zoey 101. This episode was called Backpack. Basically, the gist of it is it started off with fucking Nicole, Zoey, and Chase and Michael all in the PCA bookstore. And fucking basically Nicole gets this fucking goo pop thing. I don't even know. I don't know. It's something. I don't fucking know. And it makes a mess on one of the backpacks at the bookstore. So Nicole has to buy the backpack. And that means they have no money. So Nicole's upset that she fucked up the backpack and had to buy the backpack and everything. And in an effort to cheer her up, Zoey just sits there and like redesigns the backpack to where it looks, I guess, cool. It just looked like she fucking did some arts and crafts on it. But fucking basically fucking it gets to a point where they get noticed by the paper. This lady named Stacy, who is the head of the paper, and she basically steals their idea and makes money off of it, and almost gets a deal to sell the backpacks at the bookstore. But then Zoey makes backpacks that have a back massager and a built-in radio in the goddamn backpack. I don't even know how that's I don't think that's possible, especially just to do by yourself at a fucking high school campus. I don't that makes absolutely no fucking sense. But what do I know? I guess fucking. And she gets the deal, but she didn't ask for money. She just fucking gets a jukebox because fucking they have an old like radio that doesn't fucking work in the dorm room. So they just get a fucking jukebox. That way they could use the jukebox in the fucking dorm room now. It's just, I don't know, dude. The other plot was Quinn bio fucking splicing fucking the banana and an apple and making a banapple tree. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I really don't know. Yeah, it was okay. Honestly, like, this episode was fine. I don't think it was the best episode out of the whole series, but yeah, fucking, this was okay at best. I'd say in the middle, honestly. But, yeah, with that being said, let's go ahead and fucking get to the next episode. Episode number 11 of season 1. And, yeah, let's get to it.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 1, episode 11 of Zoey 101. Fucking, that's definitely a lot of ones. That's fucking 1. 1. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. This episode was called School Dance. It was about the school dance. Fucking. But for some reason, instead of being able to ask somebody to go to the dance, fucking, they had to do a personality test to fucking get their date to the dance. And so Chase fucking basically like cheats and gets the answers that Zoey would answer. That way he could be matched up with her and everything. But she matches up with somebody else, even though he matches up with her. So, and she picks the other guy because apparently it's supposed to be a thing where you can meet new people or something, or what the fuck ever. Also, fucking Dana and Logan get matched up, and fucking Nicole and somebody who acts exactly like Nicole get matched up. And then Michael gets matched up with a guy named Ali, and he's fucking from another country, so it's the stereotype of a different country, different people do different things, different country. It's a whole whatever. So fucking Chase acts fucking miserable at the dance, and then it gets to the point where it comes out that he cheated on the test to go with Zoey and everything. And that was basically it. They reconcile pretty fucking easily. They just say sorry to each other, and yeah, that was legit it. Michael gets with this girl at the end. But yeah, it's not really whatever. I will say, fucking it is cursed, because I just realized, like, I've been watching the show for a bit, and I just realized of fucking who Michael reminds me of. Fucking legitimately, he reminds me of fucking Kyle Massey. It's because that's Christopher fucking Massey playing him. So, lovely. But, yeah, fucking cursed. Fucking cursed. But, yeah, on that note, let's go ahead and get to episode number fucking 12 of season 1 of Zoey 101.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 1, episode number 12 of Zoey 101. This episode is called Disc Golf. Can I ask why Biff Tannen was in this fucking episode? That was so cursed. Like, Doug, why? Like, why? Tom Wilson was in this episode as the fucking gym coach. And I was just like, why? Like, why? That was so random. That's so random, bro. But basically, this episode was about Zoey, Nicole, Chase, Michael, and Dana all not wanting to fucking be in gym class no more. So, apparently if you join a sport, that means you get to not, like, have to be in gym class if you join a sport. So, fucking, they don't know a sport that they could do, so they just fucking start a fucking disc golf team. But the problem is, fucking Biff, Coach Biff, I should say, was just there. But before you guys get mad at me and me calling him fucking Biff, I'm just gonna say it like this. Fucking, he was acting like his fucking character in Back to the Future. So I'm sorry. I'm just calling him Coach Biff. I don't care. But fucking, he was like, oh, you have to be an established disc golf team. So Logan fucking joins the team because he's good at disc golf. And then they're facing a group of people from Juvie, and they almost lose. They have to take out Nicole, and she's like on the bench, and they almost lose. And then fucking Zoey like fakes an injury and lets Nicole sub in, and then she completely fucking misses, but the juvenile delinquents fucking escape, so they win by forfeit. It was so fucking cursed, dude. And then Michael, the other subplot was Michael was, like, didn't want to eat potato chips anymore and everything, so Quinn made healthier potato chips, and it's making him have all crazy side effects. Like, the first time it was making him dizzy, and the second batch makes him speak fucking gibberish. So that was that. But it was so cursed that they had fucking goddamn Tom Wilson in this fucking episode, man. It was so ungodly cursed. But yeah, you know, just for fucking Tom Wilson alone, it's going near the top of the list so far. So yeah, on that, fucking let's get to the next one.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 1, episode number 13 of Zoey 101. This episode was called The Little Beach Party, I believe. Yeah, Little Beach Party, yep. And fucking, it was the season finale. So after this episode, we're officially on to season 2 of Zoey 101. Now, this episode, probably honestly the top of the list, if I'm being completely honest so far. I have fond memories of this episode fucking when I was a kid. Basically, the episode is about the gang just basically wanting to party after their exams, and they fall asleep due to a concoction that Quinn makes, and it makes them miss the party. So they go and get a taxi, and they go to the beach to get to the party, and they don't find the party, but they still have fun, and they still have an exciting time on the beach. And they just chill on the beach pretty much until they are able to call Mr. Bender. Quinn had to fix, she had to mix a laptop with a computer to get the signal to where they could actually call. But they call Mr. Bender, the teacher, and he picks them up, and that was basically the episode. It was a good, honestly, it was a cool finale. I have a lot of fond memories with it. So yeah, the top of the list so far. On to the next season.
Are you ready?
Ooh, I know you see me standing here. Do I look good, my dear? Do I look good today? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm just another kind of girl.
Are you ready?
Ooh,
Are you ready?
ooh.
Alrighty, season 2, episode number 1 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Back to PCA. The episode was basically about Zoey and Nicole finding out that they're going to get a new roommate, because the actress who played Dana had some issues and she fucking left and shit. So yeah. And then Logan installs a fucking giant fucking sound system in the boys' room and shit, and the whole joke is it's fucking loud. It really was just like a back to basics kind of episode. They don't find out the roommate until the next episode, so yeah, fucking really honestly just back to basics, to be completely honest. But either way, fucking back to PCA, since it's the first episode of season 2, it goes top of the list, so of season 2 at least. So yeah, on that note, that was that. On to the next episode.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 2, episode number 2 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Time Capsule. I do have a couple things to mention. I don't know. I know Kyle fucking did the first episode of this season, so I had to mention a couple things. Fucking Dana is not in the show anymore. I guess her actress had personal issues on set and forgot lines, so she was written out of the show and pretty much fired entirely, and replaced with fucking Victoria Justice as Lola. So yeah, there's fucking that. This episode was about everybody putting in something for a time capsule. Chase is doing a CD. Chase and Michael are doing like a song on a CD. Zoe's doing a DVD and about her life and shit at PCA. And then fucking Nicole put in clothes. Lola put in nothing. I'm trying to think who else. Logan put in a picture of himself. So there's that. But the gist of the episode was Chase was stressed about what Zoey said about him on her DVD and everything. So fucking he dug up the fucking thing and he wasn't able to look at the DVD, but then he came to terms with it and everything, and it was basically the episode. There was a side plot where fucking Quinn kept snoring and Nicole had to monitor her while she was snoring when she was going to sleep at night, and basically the gist of it was that for some reason, I don't know what, like why, but she had guppies in her nose, like fucking fish guppies. Brother, it's so confusing on why. Since it's the second episode of season 2, I'm gonna say this one was better than the first episode, actually. So it's at the top of the season 2 list. But yeah, let's go ahead and get to season 2, episode 3, right about now.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 2, episode number 3 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Election, and it was about Zoey and Chase running against each other in the class president election. Fucking it. And then Logan trying to get Chase to win, but Chase doesn't want to win. So Chase tries his hardest to just not be in the election no more so Zoey could fucking win the election, because the whole point of him nominating her was so because he thought that she would be the best candidate for class president. And it's a whole mess. They make a pact to not ruin their friendship, and then it starts ruining their friendship, and then they stop, and their friendship is fixed. That's legitimately the only fucking premise this episode really had. I can't really talk too much about it because it's all it was that, like, honestly, fucking, I don't know, it was run of the mill. I'm gonna put it probably at the bottom of the list of season 2 so far. It's pretty, man, it was tough to fucking sit through. It wasn't a great episode, so I don't know. I just don't have much to say about it because I just don't think it was a good fucking episode, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, let's go ahead and get to the next episode. Season 2, Episode 4 of Zoey 101. Let's go ahead and get to it right about now.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, on to Season 2, Episode number 4 of Zoey 101. Bad Girl, this episode, that's what it was called. Fucking, this episode was, well, okay, so it guest starred Jeanette McCurdy. I assume it guest starred. I'm trying to think of when this fucking episode even came out, actually. Now that I think about it, if I go to fucking IMDb real quick, I'm just gonna check when this fucking released, because October 29th, 2005. So I guess it was a little bit before fucking iCarly, so that makes a little bit more sense. But basically, it was a young Jeanette McCurdy playing a girl named Trisha, and fucking she gets in this relationship with Dustin, and Zoey doesn't like it because she thinks Trisha is fucking a bad influence and everything. Fucking, so she keeps since she doesn't want to butt in Dustin's life, she keeps fucking having Chase try to talk both fucking Dustin and Trisha out of it, and both of the times it gets worse and worse, because fucking the first time when he asked Dustin to not be in a relationship with Trisha, he thought, oh, if I'm in a relationship with Trisha, I'll get more popular. So that was that. And then when he tried to talk to Trisha just thought that fucking Chase wanted to date her. So they have to devise a plan. Like, Zoey and Chase have to devise a plan to make Trisha think that they're boyfriend and girlfriend, because Zoey goes and talks to Trisha, and that was the only thing she can come up with to get Chase out of the situation. And fucking, so they're doing this and they're about to kiss, and then fucking Dustin attacks fucking Chase, and that somehow gets it to where Trisha's like, oh, okay. So it's just like, what the fuck, bro? Like, it's cursed as hell. Like, goddamn, bro. But I can definitely tell fucking Dan Schneider already had a fascination with fucking Jeanette McCurdy, which is just gross and disgusting and ungodly cursed. And it's just like, why? Like, why, bro? Oh, man. I watched this show. There's some, like, good memories I have watching this show, and then you just see something that's just so fucked. Like, so fucked because of what I know now. And it's like, why? Why? Damn it. Like, why is this in here? But, nonetheless, the other plot of this episode was fucking basically fucking Michael and Logan get sprayed by a skunk, and there were some gags with it, because Michael's like, oh, we can get rid of the smell with tomato juice, and so they drink like fucking 10 cans of fucking tomato juice. And fucking Lola is just like, yeah, fucking, you're supposed to bathe in it, morons. Like, so there was some funny parts with it, but besides that, they eventually get Quinn to help them, and Quinn sprays them with this fucking spray that she made that would help fucking get away the smell. And it got away the smell, but it also fucking disintegrated all their clothes, which... Another thing about Dan Schneider is what he has a fascination with these children being naked for fucking comedy, and it's cursed and it's gross, man. So it's like, why? I like why are you doing this, dude? Like, why? Oh. But when it comes down to it, I guess I'm gonna have to put this near the top of the list for season 2, just because of fucking Jeanette McCurdy being there. So it was kind of cool seeing her there, although the fascination was fucking creepy and weird. So thanks, Dan Schneider, fucking just thanks. But on that note, let's go ahead and get to the next episode. It's season 2, episode number 5 is next, I believe. I'm losing count at this point. Let's get to it.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 2, episode number 5 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Robot Wars, and it was about fucking Chase got like demeaned by these 3 nerds who fucking goddamn like do like the Robot Wars shit, like a BattleBots or what the fuck ever it's called, whatever it used to be on fucking TV, BattleBots or fucking, I don't even know, bro, like robot fighting and shit. But fucking, so Zoey challenges them or whatever, and they like build up plans for this robot that they're gonna make, and then they sit there and get Quinn to make the fucking goddamn robot, but then Logan's dumbass makes fun of her, and so Quinn just fucking leaves all upset because Logan's a dickhead and shit. And so they're trying to figure out what to do, and fucking legitimately, like, there's a whole ass scene of them seeing, they have this like PCA news station. It's like, I don't think campuses have whole ass like broadcasts, but you know, okay. But either way, they had this whole broadcast, and it's just the fucking 3 BattleBots nerds fucking just crushing a Barbie doll that looks like Zoey with their BattleBot, and they're just fucking, one of the fucking nerds is just like, his name's fucking Fire something, and his real name's like Wayne, but he just keeps going LOL, TTYL, OMG, and I was just like, stop, I was like, STFU, stop, just stop with the acronyms. It's so bad. It's so terrible, so fucking terrible, bro. It's awful. And then they're fucking watching that, and they're like, oh, we need to go to an expert, and they go to this other nerd, I can't remember his fucking name, but he's like super smart, and he's in the library, and he's like, I'll help you under one condition, and the one condition is he's like soliciting Zoey for a date with Nicole. And it's like, what the fuck? bro, it's the most cursed shit, bro. Like, why? Why the fuck are we soliciting dates in a kid's show? What are we doing? What are we doing, dude? Like, come on. Like, you can't make this shit up. You can't make it up. Like, what the fuck? The fuck, man? Like, I'm just like, why? Why? Straight up, why? Like, why? So Zoe, like, reluctantly fucking agrees. And I'm just like, brother, like, what the fuck? And he fucking makes the bot, and the bot sucks. Basically, fucking, because they actually have the fight, and they lose so fucking easily. It's like, it's so fucking stupid. And then fucking Lola tells Chase, she's like, oh, isn't the other bot, like, breaking the rules? Because I guess you can't be over 36 inches in height of the, like, the bot can't be over 36 inches, but they have this hammer thing that's 39 inches. It's just what, like, why, bro? Like, why? But fucking, they sit there and they're like, oh, yeah, you are breaking the rules, so you can get a rematch. And then fucking Quinn comes in with a small-ass robot that looks like a fucking vacuum cleaner. Like, it looks like a Roomba. Like a small-ass Roomba. And she fucking, it like shoots a laser and explodes the entire fucking bot. And then fucking, she's like, you guys don't owe me anything because I'm still not happy with you, pretty much. And I'm just like, fuck's sake. And then they give her fucking tulips. And that makes it better because they apologize and give her fucking tulips. I'm just like, brother. Like, what? Like, what? Dude. I will say, because of my nostalgia, this does go up near the top. But it's just, looking back on it, what the fuck, dude? Like, what in the flying fuck? Like, why? What? Like, I'm just like, bro. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing, man? Like, what are we doing? But the episode ends with fucking Nicole having the date with this guy, and it's just like, why? It's, oh god. I mean, that it doesn't surprise me. I guess Dan Schneider did solicit minors, you know, and Brian Peck, so, you know, I'm just not even gonna, man, I'm not even gonna, near the top of the list for the nostalgia portion, this, and I do like the plot of the episode, but the fucking soliciting can fuck off. Dude, just why, bro? Like, why? On to the next episode.
Are you ready?
Ha ha ha. It is Devin back here again to cover another episode of Zoey 101. I am here for season 2. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this Halloween special episode. This was the episode called, well, it was just called Haunted House. Nothing really too creative with the title, but it was called Haunted House. So it says this is episode 6 of season 2, but Austin put on his fucking glasses and his fucking button-up shirt and his bow tie, and he said,
Well, actually, Devin, if you look on IMDb, it lists the episodes differently. I mean, if you go to the Wikipedia page, it actually lists the episodes in the correct order.
I don't give a fuck, Austin, okay? I'm just going off what it says here, okay? I don't care about you or your fucking IMDb knowledge or your wiki knowledge, you fucking toe muncher. But anyway, Now I've lost my train of thought because of fucking Austin. But anyway, I wanted to say, this episode, for it being a Halloween special, I don't know if this is the only Halloween special of Zoey 101, but overall the episode was just okay. It wasn't bad. It just kind of, it started getting a little good, and then it just ended abruptly. I was just like, oh, okay. So the main plot for this episode is that Logan is constructing this haunted house, and it's going to be the best haunted house and the most scariest, most evil haunted house of all time. And he wants to scare Zoe's younger brother named Jack, or not Jack, fucking Dustin, and his friend named Jack, as well as everybody else. But for some reason they really just focus on these two kids. I don't know why, just like Dan Schneider to focus on kids, I guess. But so Logan is like being an asshole, kind of how he was in the season 1 episode I reviewed, and he's just like ordering people around. There's this guy named Tim that was dressed up as a mummy, and fucking Nicole had like a crush on him, and she was pretty much just fucking, this whole episode she was just trying to fucking sexually assault him. Or who she thought was Tim anyway. And then Zoey was dressed up as Marilyn Monroe. Nicole was dressed up as Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, but she had the Tin Man's axe in her back. And Michael was dressed as a zombie, and Chase was dressed as a vampire, but everybody kept calling him a magician, and he was getting mad that people kept calling him a magician. So, Logan, I don't really know what he was dressed as. He was just wearing like a black cloak, so he could have been anywhere from Ghostface to the fucking goddamn cult from fucking Black Christmas 2019. Fuck if I know what he was supposed to be. But so Logan sets up this whole haunted house and shit, and Nicole tries to, first of all, I have got to say, first and foremost, let me make sure that this is the same teacher real quick, because this dude got absolutely violated, bro. Like, when I tell you this dude got absolutely just fucking roasted by Zoey and Nicole. Okay, I need to see who this guy was, just to make sure. And I'm going to IMDb, as Austin says. So, was it him? Yes, it was. So it was Mr. Bender. I was double checking because he looked a little bit different. So Mr. Bender is wearing like this flannel button-up shirt, and he's wearing this like big bow tie and these glasses. And so Zoey and Nicole think that he's dressed up as like a big nerd, and they're just making fun of him. And they're just like, "Oh, fucking, you're just a dork with the big glasses and the bow tie." And he's just like, "Oh, what are you talking about? My costume? I'm not wearing a costume." And they just roast the fuck out of him, and fucking, they just say he looks like a big fucking nerd and shit, and he looks like a dork and a geek, and fucking, then they walk away, and then he's just left there just by himself, and he's just like, he's just so fucking violated and defeated, and he just takes off his bow tie. He got this fucking destroyed, dude. But, yeah, so then they introduced these characters. They're these two French people. Let me see if I can. One of them was named Andre, and the other was Monique. So they're these like two French people that are coming to the campus to teach like a French class or some shit. And the whole joke is nobody can understand what they say the whole episode because haha, like, fucking other languages that aren't English we can't understand, fucking ha ha ha, But anyhow, so there's like a whole subplot where like Michael is sitting on this bench because Logan tells him to wait for a delivery truck that's going to deliver more stuff for the haunted house. And then the two French people pull up and they think he's injured, so they try to take him to the hospital, and he tries to explain that he's not injured and doesn't need to go to the hospital, but there's a language barrier, so they just keep saying fucking hospital, 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 and fucking he's just like, I don't need a hospital and shit. And then, like, the whole rest of the episode, he's just running away from these two French people, and they're just like, oh, we must help this sick boy. We must take this sick boy to the hospital. We must take this injured boy to the hospital. So, on the other side of things, fucking Nicole, so we see Quinn and I guess her boyfriend or whatever, Michael, and he's dressed as a mummy, and Tim is also dressed as a mummy, and Quinn gets mad and tells Tim to go change. We never see Tim again, by the way. And then Michael gets wrapped up in the mummy bandages, and then Nicole thinks that Michael is Tim, and Tim, like, runs away from her, and she won't stop chasing him because she wants to fucking kiss him. And fucking... So there's that, and then we get the actual haunted house that Logan sets up, and we see all the kids come in, fucking, and fucking Dustin and Jack, and some reason Logan just, like, he was, bro, when I tell you, he was dedicated to scaring these kids. Like, he was going all out just to scare these kids. But, so they go to this haunted house, and they go into the tunnel of evil, I think it was, or something like that, and fucking, so they go in, and we see all this lightning start flashing, and then we hear a voice fucking call out for Jack, and Jack's just like, oh, why is it calling my name? And Dustin's like, oh, it's probably just Logan messing with you. And you just hear fucking Jack, 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 and fucking then Jack just, we hear him scream, and then we see all the Halloween decorations, and Jack just disappears, and all the kids run out of the tunnel, and Zoe is mad because she's just like, oh, you trying to scare them to death? And Logan's just like, I mean, yeah. And fucking, then Chase and Zoe get in an argument with Logan about how it's too scary, or whatever, and then Dustin is like, oh, I can't find Jack anywhere, he disappeared, and then everybody thinks Logan did something to him, and then Logan's just like, oh, I haven't done anything. And to prove that he's not lying, he says that he's like, oh, I hope I wake up tomorrow not so good looking. And they're just like, oh, he's telling the truth. And then Dustin explains, like, what happened to Jack. Like, he was like, oh, I heard a voice calling his name, and then he screamed, and he was gone. And then, then that same voice, we see the lightning, and it starts calling out for Dustin. And then Dustin disappears, and everybody starts freaking the fuck out. And fucking, they try to get out, and the door is locked, and they can't go anywhere. And then the next thing we know, fucking, so the French people chase Michael into this, I don't even know what building it was. It had a fucking slushy machine, and he hid behind the couch, and the one French dude started drinking the slushy machine, slushy from the slushy machine. He was just like, ooh. I think it was called a blick or something like that, or a blitz, something like that, slushy. And then fucking, they keep chasing Michael, and he keeps trying to tell them he doesn't need to go to a hospital. And then all of a sudden, Michael, the mummy, walks in, and these two French people think he's actually a monster. Is so cursed. And then fucking Nicole shows up, and fucking then Quinn shows up and unmasks Michael, and then Nicole's just like, oh, Michael, and then fucking goddamn, fucking, then Quinn fucking is just like, oh, Michael, where have you been this whole time? And fucking, he's just like, oh, running away from her because she's been trying to kiss me the whole time. And then Quinn gets mad at Nicole and starts chasing her. And then that's like how that ends. And then we go back to fucking the goddamn haunted house. And then fucking Logan is starting to get scared. And then we hear the voice calling out for Logan. And then he fucking busts out of the door. Or he busts the door down. And then he starts screaming like a little girl and runs away. And then we see fucking Dustin and Jack come out of this coffin. And this whole thing was like an elaborate prank to fucking scare Logan. And then they all just fucking start dancing to this music, and it's so fucking cursed. It was like just generic Halloween music, but fucking it was so cursed. And then like the episode just ended. Like I said, it just ended so fucking abruptly. So it is just like I thought they were gonna go more into the haunted house stuff, because they were hyping it up as, oh, this is going to be like the best haunted house ever, and then it was just one tunnel, and then that was just kind of it, and then the episode just kind of just ended after that, and I was like, oh, okay, well, but yeah, that was the haunted house episode of Zoey 101. Overall, my thoughts, it was, as Austin would say, I mean, it was alright, like, fucking...
I mean, it's alright, like...
But fucking... Yeah, that was pretty much the Halloween episode. By the way, what's up, Kyle? He fucking joined the party while I'm recording this review. But, fucking... That was, I think that was the only Halloween episode of Zoey 101. I'm not sure. But, yeah, overall, it was okay. It could have been more than it was, but it was just alright. But, yeah, that's gonna do it for this review. I will be back for a season 3 episode, so I will hand this video back over to Mr. The fucking second generation Dan Schneider, Schneider's Bakery incarnate himself, the manager of Good Burger with the Ed sauce, Austin the Artist. I will hand it back over to you to continue season 2, and I will be back for another episode of season 3. So, yeah, fucking...
Austin's gay!
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 2, episode number 7 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Broadcast Views, and it was about Chase and Michael having their own webcast called The Chase and Michael Show. And they have an episode where Zoey and Logan are on. And Zoey and Logan argue, and they turn it into like a debate, I guess. And it gets some good viewers, better viewers than they've had usual. And fucking, so they keep putting them on. And they get the webcast canceled because it makes everybody fucking argue and shit, all the viewers and shit. And, so, basically, the show gets canceled, but then Chase gives Zoey a copy of all their episodes on a DVD, and fucking she sends it into the newscast, news show, and everything, and they pick it up, but fucking basically they only wanted the Zoey and Logan portion of the show, and they were gonna kick Chase and Michael off. Zoey didn't like that, so she fucking told them off, and then Zoey got fucking Chase and Michael's show back from the dean or whatever, and they could do the webcast. That was basically the whole episode. It was kind of meh, honestly. There was also like a hypnosis plot line with Nicole, fucking Lola, and fucking Quinn, but yeah, that was mainly it. I'm just gonna go close to the bottom of the list so far. So yeah, on to the next one.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 2, episode number 8 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Lola Likes Chase. Basically, the episode starts off with Zoey and Chase playing Would You Rather after everybody else leaves because they were studying at first. And then fucking Lola comes in and she's complaining about her biology homework and she needs a tutor basically. So fucking Zoey tells Lola that Chase aced his biology last semester, so you can go and get a tutor from Chase basically. And Lola takes up the offer and Chase tutors her and they hit it off and everything. So then Lola asks Zoey if she could ask Chase out and everything. So basically fucking Zoey says that's fine, but she's hesitant about it, and Lola asks Chase out and he says he has to think about it, and he goes over to Michael and Michael tells him if Zoey said it's alright, that she just treats it as a friend thing and everything. So Chase says yes to the date and everything. And Zoe is very, visibly upset. So she tries to fucking, plan things to do with Chase, but he's always busy with Lola. And then it gets to a point where Lola and Chase are together, and fucking basically Lola realizes that he's not into her, and she asks who he likes, and he says it's a girl from his hometown, but really it's Zoey. We all know. But it was a decent episode. The side plot was Dustin and Logan hanging out, and Logan basically teaching Dustin how to be more like him so he could get girls. But yeah, the episode was alright. I think close to the top of the list so far, because it was a decent episode all in all. But on that note, let's go ahead and get to episode number 9 of season 2.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 2, episode number 9 of Zoey 101. This episode was called People Auction. I'm sure that doesn't reflect on what Dan Schneider likes to do behind closed doors. I'm sure that doesn't reflect. It's why? Why? Man, why the fuck would they title it that? Oh my god. So this episode was about Sushi Rocks, fucking sushi place I was talking about last season, and fucking it gets burned down because Chase falls down and fucking bounces down the stairs and shit, and everybody goes out to check on him while the stove's going, and fucking it burns down the place, and they have $10,000 worth of damages. So Zoey and everybody do a fucking people auction. People auction with minors. It just doesn't sound like. Sure, that's not fucking. Are we sure that's not fucking a Dan Schneider just driven fucking idea? But fucking. Basically, they just do a people auction. Basically, whoever auctions for a person's services, basically. It sounds fucked. It's so fucking one of the coaches gets Chase and Michael and he basically torments them the entire time because they burnt down Sushi Rocks. And then Logan auctions $4,000 for Lola, Zoey, and fucking Nicole to be his personal cheerleaders. And they get sick of it pretty fucking fast. So they sit there and devise a plan to cheer for everything he does. Like showering and fucking just waking up. And can I also just like, why did we have to put these minors in fucking the skimpiest ass fucking cheerleader costumes? It's disgusting. It's nasty. Why the fuck are we doing this, bro? Why? Like, why, bro? I know why. I know it's because of Dan Schneider, but it doesn't help any, okay? It really doesn't fucking help. Also, the coach has fucking Chase and Michael, like, massage his feet. It just, like, why? Why? Like, why? Why are we doing this, man? Damn it, dude, damn it. When I did this, I wasn't thinking, like, I know it's fucked, but why? Is there so much feet shit, man? But yeah, fucking Logan gives the $4,000 check to the girls, and then fucking that was it. Kazu, the owner of Sushi Rocks, gets his place back, and he's all happy, and they dance at the end of the episode. It was so fucking cursed and ungodly. Like, I don't. And it's honestly just a middle of the road episode. It isn't even something that's like fucking great either. It's a middle of the road fucking episode. And it's cursed and it's gross at times. I'm just like, no. Oh, man. Fucking hell. Yeah, I'll just go right under book the PCA. Fuck that. I think that's a good place to put it. But, on that note, let's go ahead and get to the next episode. We only got 3 more.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, Season 2, Episode number 10 of Zoey 101. This episode is called Quinn's Alpaca. It was about just that. Quinn was depressed because she has an alpaca at home. And the alpaca's depressed somehow. I don't know, man. And so she almost runs away. But then Zoey gets the dean to fucking let the alpaca stay for a weekend. I shit you not. Like, that's it. Straight up it for the main plot. The side plot was Michael, Logan, and fucking Chase all making a bet that they can go the longest without using a word that had the letter S in it. So they just spoke in words that didn't have S in it, and that was basically it. Ended up with fucking Michael, like, failing because he asks this girl Vanessa out, and since she has 2 S's in her name, fucking, he lost the bet and everything. Honestly, this episode was pretty, like, boring, if I'm being completely honest, so It wasn't as bad as Election, but I'm gonna say probably right above Election, I would say. But yeah, fucking on to the next one. Right about now.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, Season 2, Episode number 11 of Zoey 101. This episode is called Girls Will Be Boys. Fucking... I've noticed a significant fucking drop in quality. Like, a significant drop in quality, like, when it comes down to this season, because this one was pretty meh as well. Like, it wasn't as, like, bottom of the list as last, but, like, it's still pretty meh, honestly. So, it was about fucking Zoey, Lola, and goddamn Nicole on the boys' dorm's roof. I guess that's, like, the boys' hangout is the roof and everything. And so basically the boys make it a big deal that they shouldn't be on there because it's their roof and shit. And so they get it to where the girls can't go on the roof. And then their reasoning was because boys act different around girls. It's basic biology or whatever. And fucking basically the girls make it a test to see, like, if they would realize if, like, one of them was dressed like a boy and act like a boy, if they would realize that it was a girl or not. So they dress Lola up like a boy, and she pretends to be a boy for a fucking day or so. And Michael was in on it because he's in the infirmary with Dustin because he was faking being sick to be in on this whole deal, but now, since he's in the infirmary with Dustin, who has the chicken pox, he also gets the chicken pox and everything. So, fucking, basically, after that fuckery, Lola becomes a boy for like a day, and then they're all skeptical, and then they all wake up and they're like, oh, there's water basketball. We gotta get the water basketball. And Chase is like, we don't have a full team. And Logan was just like, oh, well, Steve is here because that's who Lola was playing. So they do that, and Lola doesn't want to obviously go into the water because it would, like, ruin her disguise and everything. And she gets into the water, and they find out it's Lola, and basically they all end the episode on the boys' roof and shit, the boys' dorm's roof. So yeah, that was Girls Will Be Boys. I honestly, like I said, there's been a significant drop in quality with these past couple episodes. So I'm gonna go lower middle with this one, honestly, because there's one more episode of the season left, I believe, if I am correct. Let me just be sure. I think this is the shortest season. And yeah, there's one more episode. And yeah, so I'm trying to fucking get a feel of these episodes, but it just, I'm hoping the season ends strong, because it's just kind of declining in quality, and that's, I don't know, to me it's a little frustrating, because we had like so many good episodes in the start of this season, and now it's just like really declining, honestly. So hopefully we end this season off on a high note, hopefully, because I'm hoping that's the case at least. But yeah, let's go ahead and get to the next episode, the season finale of season 2 of Zoey 101. So let's go ahead and get to it.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 2, episode number 12 of Zoey 101, the season finale. This episode was called Spring Breakup. This was the first hour-long episode. I think there's more. I don't know if I'm being completely honest, but this was an hour long. It lasted about 48 minutes, I guess. More 48 minutes, okay, I should say. But you know what I'm saying. Like, it was an hour on syndicated television because of fucking goddamn commercials and everything. So this episode was about the gang all going to Santa Barbara and staying at Logan's, like, beach house or whatever. And Logan's dad is there, and basically they're, like, doing a test run of this fucking reality TV show called Gender Defenders. And so it's the girls' team and the boys' team, but Michael keeps telling Chase to tell Zoey how he feels, but fucking Chase just keeps saying no, and he even texts fucking Michael. He thinks he texts Michael at least, but he actually texts Zoey that he was not going to tell Zoey that. And basically, he tried to get her TechMate, which is like the fucking phone that they texted on, and basically he was trying to get her TechMate so that way he could delete the message. And they get to the first challenge, and basically the challenge is a scavenger hunt, so Chase and Zoey are the team captains, and everybody else go do the scavenger hunt. While that's going on, Chase grabs the TechMate and deletes the message, and tries to give it back to give it back to Zoey without her knowing, but they find out that he took it, and the girls assumed that he was just all cheating, and that pissed Zoey off. That way they had a fight, and there was a whole emotional scene and everything. And they kept going to where they did the next challenge, and the girls won that. It was like giving a makeover to two nerdy guys, and the girls won that. And then they were down to one more challenge, which it was like this fucking American Gladiator, like, hit somebody off the fucking platform into the water to win. And Chase, basically, it was between the two team captains, Chase and Zoey, and Chase pretty much just fell in on his own so that way the girls could win. And then we get back to campus and everything, because this is a spring break, and they are talking about how the show is about to air, and then Zoe's like, where's Chase? And they say that Chase is not watching the show, and he's at the fountain. So Zoey goes over to the fountain, and Chase tells her why he, like, took her TechMate. And she was asking why, what was the message that, like, you sent. And he's about to tell her, and everybody else basically, like, barges in, and they're just like, the show's about to start, let's go and watch it. And they start watching it when Chase texts her what the message was, but her TechMate was left by the fountain, and it falls in the fountain. And so that was the end of the episode. Honestly, by the ending alone, probably the best out of the whole show right now. Best, like, these season finales have been the best episodes out of the whole show. This is probably the best episode out of the whole show, if I'm going to be completely honest with you right now. If something tops this, it's going to take a lot. It was a really good fucking episode, and it was really fucking enjoyable. I do like where they're going with the Zoey and Chase stuff. They're doing the whole, like, slow burn type of deal. Hopefully, the third season is good, because it is the longest season. I believe 22 or 23 episodes, like a full ass, like, usually these, like, seasons are like 12 to 13 episodes, but this one is like the longest season. So yeah, fucking, let's go ahead and get to the ranking for season 2, and then we'll get to season 3 right after my intermission. So we'll see you then.
Are you ready?
Ooh, I know you see me standing here. Do I look good, my dear? Do I look good today? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm just another kind of girl.
Alright, what is up, everybody? It is Devin here. Austin has so graciously asked me to bring back the Controversy Corner, this time for Zoey 101. So, I'm sure you've seen my reviews throughout this video, but, and I talked a little bit about Dan Schneider. I'm sure Austin's talked about Dan Schneider as well. We'll be talking about Dan Schneider in this segment, don't you worry, because this man, it's like every show that this man has, he just is in controversy, and he has allegations, and, you know, of course, if you watch the Quiet on Set, it, you know, everything just says, oh, Dan Schneider denies these allegations. Dan Schneider says these are false, so, you know. But anyway, yeah, so welcome to the Zoey 101 Controversy Corner. So there's quite a bit to go through here. So we have the biggest thing, which I'll save for last, but I guess we could go ahead and get started with the cast member departures. So first, we have the character of Nicole Bristow. She was one of the main characters in the first 2 seasons. She was only in the first 2 seasons before she was diagnosed with OMGD and shipped off to an all-girls school in season 3, leaving Quinn to take her spot in room 101. That's the explanation they give in the show, right? So the real explanation is more fucked, because it has to do with allegations against Dan Schneider. So, you know, fucking 1 second here. So, the reasons that Nicole left the show was, so Nicole was played by Alexa Nicholas, and she left the show because she apparently had conflict with Jamie Lynn Spears, and she alleged that Nickelodeon did not protect her from abuse by the show's creator, Dan Schneider. And apparently, she was also bullied by Jamie Lynn Spears and suffered verbal abuse from Dan Schneider as well. Because, you know, Dan Schneider is just like, I swear, he's like the worst fucking person. So, here's more detail. In 2004, at age 12, Nicholas was cast as Nicole in Zoey 101 alongside Jamie Lynn Spears. In 2006, following the conclusion of the second season, Nicholas exited the series following numerous fights and incidents with Spears, who claimed she was making up lies about her and suspected she was trying to take over her role in the series. In August of 2005, it was reported that Britney Spears confronted Nicholas about the feud. She later alleged Nickelodeon failed to protect her from abuse, saying she did not feel safe around the show's creator, Dan Schneider. I wonder why. A lot of child actors seem to be saying that they didn't feel safe around Dan Schneider. Notice a pattern here. So, in addition, Nicholas appeared on Hidden Hills regularly and also the 2005 series Revelations. Following her departure from Zoey 101, she guest starred on various other television series. So, yeah, she apparently suffered bullying and verbal abuse and allegations against Dan Schneider. It doesn't really go into it. It just says that she didn't feel safe around him, whatever that means. But, yeah, fucking, that is why Nicole left the fucking show. Hold on, now I gotta go back to this fucking thing that I was on. Okay, so... Okay, where the fuck is this thing? Hold on. Sorry, fucking... I don't know what the fuck happened. I was on the thing I was gonna fucking say, and then it crashed. I don't know why. Okay, so... Then we have Kristen Herrera. Herrera played Dana Cruz, Zoe's roommate in Season 1. She left the show after Season 1 due to personal issues and forgetting her lines. Then we have... let me just double check, make sure... So the reason they gave in the show for why she was gone, in the show they said she left the show in Season 1 ditching California so she could be part of an exchange student program in Paris. Then we have Sean Flynn. Sean Flynn played Chase Matthews, Zoe's male best friend who had a crush on her. He left the show in the final season to focus on his education. He later returned to the role for the reboot. Okay, this one doesn't give a reason. Okay, then we have Paul Butcher, who played Dustin. He didn't appear in the revival because he opposed it. Okay, hold on. I have to go to the great fucking IMDb of all places. It has to be fucking... Dustin's absence from the film was due to Butcher's opposition to the revival, as he made clear on TikTok. Although Dustin doesn't appear in Zoey 102, Zoey mentions that he's all grown up with 2 kids and twins on the way. Holy shit, Dustin. God damn. Holy fuck. Then, I think that's it for the cast departures. At least that's all I'm seeing. So, then... oh, Lord. Okay. Well, apparently... there was sexualized content, which I mean is pretty obvious because it's a Dan Schneider show. So to be honest, it's really fucking sad to say this, but I would be surprised if there wasn't sexual content in a Dan Schneider show. That's sad, but it's true because this man just and then he sits there and just denies all these allegations, but this man would just be a total fucking creep to these children, and everybody says that they're uncomfortable around him and didn't feel safe around him, felt like they couldn't approach him for anything, said he was extremely hard to work with, extremely verbally abusive, would force people to do things they didn't want to do. But then Dan Schneider is surprised that this whole documentary comes out and all these allegations come out. Anyway, so let me fucking... So this comes from Business Insider. The allegations against Dan Schneider. An investigation into Dan Schneider, a former top producer at Nickelodeon who was let go in 2018. Yes, we already know that. Business Insider published a report on how Schneider was once described by the New York Times as the Norman Lear of children's television, allegedly insisted on hyper-sexualized content in his shows, the most revealing teen costumes, and male-dominated writers' rooms, and that he also asked for on-set massages, which I mean is what they say in the fucking in the documentary. So then okay, hold on. Where's the big one? Because the big one is fucked. But hold on, I'm trying to remember how to spell Schneider. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Okay, no, that's just Dan Schneider. I mean, I could go on all Dan Schneider's controversy, but we'd be fucking here all night. So, I'm trying to specifically get the ones from Zoey 101. I don't remember which character it is, but I know in the Quiet on Set documentary, one of the actresses from Zoey 101 talks about this scene that she was forced to do, where basically it's Austin even told me it's completely cut out of the episode, but they apparently originally aired it with it in the episode, which is just wonderful job, Nickelodeon. No quality control whatsoever. But basically it was a scene where Zoey and that actress, or they got some white stuff squirted on their face or something, and the whole thing was supposed to be an obvious fucking cum joke, and she was extremely uncomfortable with it, and in the documentary she was crying and saying how it traumatized her and shit. And then of course it has to be, oh well, Dan Schneider denies this allegation, and then Dan Schneider just says, oh, I would this man sat there and said, oh, I would never write anything like that into my show. Oh, I don't find cum jokes funny. Oh, he makes up every fucking excuse in the book. So my brain just hurts thinking about just the fact that this man was in so many fucking controversies because this dude just can't fucking not be creepy around children. I don't know what it is with Dan Schneider, but we are going to get to the biggest thing of all, the biggest controversy, because we have to get to the reason why Zoey 101 was canceled after season 4. And that reason was because Jamie Lynn Spears, who plays Zoey, got pregnant. That's right, she got pregnant. But it wasn't just normal pregnancy. No, it was a teen pregnancy. Yeah, so she became pregnant at the age of 16, and she left Zoey 101 after season 4, and because obviously the main character left, she fucking, the show fucking got canceled, obviously, and fucking... Then, at some point, I believe there was allegations that Dan Schneider was, like, the father of her child or something. And because, I keep wanting to call her Zoe, because Jamie Lynn Spears got pregnant as a teen, everybody saw that as, like, her ruining every young girl that watched her on Zoey 101. And said that she, like, ruined sitcom shows like that about young girls, and was saying, like, that young girls should go out and get pregnant and shit. This comes from BuzzFeed, so take this with a grain of salt, but it says, Jamie Lynn previously revealed that she threatened to file for emancipation from her parents after they banished her into isolation and urged her to get an abortion at the age of 15. Is that all it says? The teenager wound up disappearing from the public eye, welcoming her baby in private. Jamie Lynn revealed in her memoir that she and her mom stayed in a remote cabin in Mississippi after she told her parents that she was pregnant, and that to this day she's unsure what their exact location was. She alleged in the book titled Things I Should Have Said that she was banished into isolation by her parents after she refused their repeated requests and that she get an repeated requests that she get an abortion or give the baby up for adoption at a home for unwed mothers. What's more, Jamie Lynn revealed that while she was in hiding, which she has allegedly had to keep a secret from everyone, including her sister, Britney Spears, she was kept under extremely tight control by her parents. She says, they took my smartphone away, fearing the news would get out, and insisted that no one share any information with anyone, especially the press. My daddy and I stopped speaking, and the tension was terrible. Home felt like a prison without a smartphone or connection to the outside world, she added. My team believed everyone outside of the inner circle was a potential threat. They went so far as hiding my pregnancy from my sister, claiming it's too risky to tell Brittany about the baby. I needed her more than ever, and she wasn't able to help me in my most vulnerable time. Jamie Lynn also revealed that she ended up threatening to file for emancipation, which is when a minor is legally freed from control by their parents or guardians. Yeah, Dan Schneider knows about that, because this motherfucker tried to help goddamn fucking Amanda Bynes get emancipation from her fucking parents. So, you know, Dan Schneider knows all about that. After her mom and dad refused to let her move out once she'd given birth, however, she ultimately decided not to go ahead with the legal battle in order to avoid more negative press around the family. Today, I don't know how recent this is, but her daughter is in her teens, and Jamie Lynn is also mom to another child who she had with her husband, Jamie Watson. So, wait, her name is Jamie and her husband's name is Jamie. Why the fuck would you be with somebody that has the same name as you? Wouldn't that be weird? But is there anything else here? Yeah, so looking back on her pregnancy experience, she is reprising her role for the reboot, which is Zoey 102, which I think Austin said he's going to cover after he's done with Zoey 101, I think. She recalled making the difficult choice to walk away from Zoey 101 when she found out she was pregnant. She says, that was something I took responsibility for in a way that made sense for me. She said of her decision to step away from the show, that doesn't make any sense for anyone else, but it made sense for me. Jamie Lynn went on to recall being told that her decisions concerning the pregnancy were going to leave young girls who watched her on Nickelodeon ruined. She says, the whole world came down and told me I was the worst human alive for doing so, and that every young girl who ever watched my show was going to be ruined because of me and my personal decision. And briefly touching on her experience living in isolation, she said that she ended up gaining a different outlook on public scrutiny after having more meaningful interactions in the small town where she was staying. She said, I didn't have a cell phone, I had a house phone. I was like, no one call me, I put myself on a budget. I had a budget for like 10 years that I lived very strictly by, and I just wanted to be normal and I just wanted to be away. She went on to say, I think being in a small town and going into a store where the clerk is checking you out and doesn't care about who you are, what you're doing, or who's taking your picture, she's trying to get home to her kids. She added, interacting with people like that on a daily basis makes you have a much different outlook whenever a newspaper writes a bad headline about you that's not true. Like, you know what? That doesn't matter. These are the people that matter. So, yeah, that was a whole thing with her getting pregnant. She had to leave the show, and you can't have Zoey 101 without Zoey, so they canceled the show, and Dan Schneider was probably fucking crying into his fucking waifu pillow. It's probably his fucking underage waifu pillow, and then Dan Schneider probably did what he always does. Once one fucking child actor is out of his fucking clutches, he probably clinged on to another one, because let me actually fucking see what year Zoey 101 ended. I want to say it was 2008. I want to say, because on one of the episodes I reviewed, Zoey had like a ringtone on her phone that was the iCarly theme. So I want to say it was around that time. Hold on. Now I'm curious. When did Zoey 101 end? Yep, I was right. May 2nd, 2008 is when the show ended, which I believe is when iCarly came out. Actually, iCarly might have been 2007, now that I think about it. Yep, September 2007. So it was around the time period of iCarly beginning and Zoey 101 ending. So I guess you could say that Dan Schneider had his fucking clutches forcefully removed from fucking Jamie Lynn Spears and all these other fucking actresses on Zoey 101 to... Oh, and don't forget Victoria Justice as well. She was on that show. But he let go of them and then moved on to the next fucking set of kids, which he already kind of had Miranda Cosgrove because of Drake and Josh, but Miranda Cosgrove and fucking Jeanette McCurdy and fucking Nathan Kress. So, you know, but iCarly went on to be one of Nickelodeon's like most fucking successful sitcoms. So, but yeah, that's pretty much everything for this Zoey 101 Controversy Corner. That's everything I could find. That's everything Austin had told me about. So, yeah, it's pretty fucked, you know, fucking sexualizing minors and bullying and abuse and teen pregnancy, and then some of the actors just straight up refusing to even come back for the reboot. So yeah, it's pretty fucked, but it still lives on as some people's favorite Nickelodeon sitcom, and you know, it was a lot of people's childhoods, and it's just unfortunate that, you know, especially after Quiet on Set came out, it just really has made people look differently at a lot of these shows like iCarly and Drake and Josh, Victorious, Zoey 101. I could keep going. There's so many. And they're all, All That as well, because that was the whole Amanda Bynes shit. But, like, and you notice all of these were made by Dan Schneider, but he swears that he's innocent. He swears that the allegations are false. He swears that he was like this loving, nurturing person to these kids, and that all these allegations are false, and deny. That's what Dan Schneider's middle name should be. Deny. Fucking Dan Deny Schneider. Fucking, this motherfucker lives in fucking denial, and he looks like a fucking fat fucking toad. But yeah, fucking, he looks like the fucking goddamn, he looks like the fucking graboids from fucking Tremors. That's what Dan Schneider looks like. Like, you know what fucking Dan Schneider's like chin makes him look like? He looks like fucking he looks like a fucking, oh, what the fuck was I gonna say now? He looks like the fucking Alaskan bullworm. Like, he looks so fucking hideous. But anyway, yeah, fuck Dan Schneider is all I gotta say about that. And yeah, that was the Zoey 101 Controversies Corner. I hope you all enjoyed this. It was fucked. Not as fucked as the That 70s Show one, but this is still fucked. And, you know, every time these things happen, it just, not only does it make Dan Schneider look bad, but it also makes Nickelodeon look bad as well for putting all this shit out there. Like I said, even airing that episode, and then once it got backlash, they just cut that out of the episode. But it's like Nickelodeon didn't care. I mean, they let fucking Dan Schneider make the logo for Nickelodeon a fucking foot. So, you know, I genuinely don't think Nickelodeon cared. Like, as long as they were getting the ratings, that's all they cared about. And, you know, it makes sense, because if you watch the Jerry Springer documentary, which I don't know if that's going to be coming out before or after this, but me and Austin reviewed it. In the Jerry Springer documentary, it's like the same thing, where they didn't care what they were putting out on TV, just as long as it was getting them ratings, they would air it. They didn't care who it affected. They didn't care about nothing. As long as it was getting the TV ratings, they would put it out. And I feel Nickelodeon did the same fucking thing. They probably didn't give a shit about any of these fucking child actors, because as long as fucking Dan Schneider shows like fucking All That and iCarly and Drake and Josh and Victorious and Zoey 101 and all this shit, as long as all of that was getting numbers, they didn't care if people were getting abused. They didn't care if people were getting sexually assaulted. They didn't care if these children were getting traumatized. They didn't care if they were hiring multiple fucking pedophiles on set that were molesting children. Like, they didn't give a shit. All they cared about was the fucking TV ratings. And they didn't care what Dan Schneider did, because to them, Dan Schneider was probably this fucking god that just kept making golden shows that were getting all these ratings. And they didn't care what he did behind the scenes. They couldn't give less of a fuck. You know why? Because Dan Schneider was making them money. And as long as he was making them money, that's all that mattered to them. So, and it's sad now when you watch Quiet on Set and you see how all these fucking child actors were affected and the rest of their lives got fucked up pretty bad, especially fucking Drake Bell. But then Nickelodeon wants to act like they're innocent, and they want to act like, you know, they did nothing wrong, and Dan Schneider just wants to deny, and fucking sit there and cry at this fucking fake ass fucking apology video that he made. So, you know, but yeah, fuck Dan Schneider and fuck Nickelodeon. And yeah, that was the Controversy Corner. So with that being said, let's get back over to Austin for more Zoey 101.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 3, episode number 1 of Zoey 101. Fucking, this episode was called Surprise. It was basically a new semester, pretty much. I will say, fucking, so, Nicole was written out of the show because she left the show. It seems like every season, this show has one cast member who fucking leaves. Like, without any fail, there is always somebody who is, like, fired or just leaves. This one, fucking, Nicole, fucking, she left because of bullying and harassment from other actors and actresses and Dan Schneider's fucking actions. So, I understand. You know, I fucking get it. Like, I don't blame fucking Nicole for leaving fucking the show because of goddamn Dan Schneider being a fucking creep. Like, I don't blame her for that at all. Like, it's fucked, honestly. It's really fucked. But, yeah, so there's that. Another cast member has left the fucking show. And holy hell, it just gets worse every time, man. Fucking, but this episode is basically the reintroduction to all the characters. Quinn, now the three main girls is fucking goddamn Zoey, Lola, and Quinn. Now, how, like, they have legit sat there from season 1. Now, the only, like, Quinn was in season 1, obviously, but she was not a main character. Like, and fucking, she was still a side character in season 2. So now, they have legit, like, the only returning female cast member that's, like, the main character has been Zoey, Jamie Lynn Spears. So, there's just that, bro. But when it comes to the plots of the episode, fucking Michael and Logan are fighting for who's gonna get the single bed. In the end, they flip a coin after boxing and eating hot peppers. Fucking, they flip a coin and Michael wins the bed. And then the other plot is fucking Lola and Quinn telling Zoey that Chase is obviously in love with her, obviously, and Chase has something to tell Zoey, and that's what they think that fucking he's gonna tell her. But fucking, it turns out that Chase is dating somebody. Fucking, I believe the actress who plays fucking Chase's girlfriend is Danielle Monet. I'm gonna check to be sure, actually, real quick. Because my dumbass fucking will forget. Trying to look it. I don't fucking see her on here for some reason. What the fuck? Okay. Let me go back. God damn it. I love IMDb. It's a brilliant fucking... Wow, I don't even think she's... Wait, is she even... I don't even think she's fucking... Oh, there she is. Yeah, Danielle Monet. Fucking, it plays Chase's girlfriend. So, yeah. I could see... Now, like, this is like 2000, I want to say 7, when this came out. So, 2006 or 7. So, Dan Schneider was really just like, fucking taking his roster of people, and they were all in this show. Fucking Jeanette McCurdy was in this show. Fucking goddamn Daniela Monet. Like, what? Victoria Justice? Like, are we... like, what the fuck, dude? Okay. But, yeah, that's where it ends off. It just ends off on that cliffhanger. Because it's the first episode of season 3, it's automatically at the top. That's how it is to be at the top, I guess. Fucking, I don't know. It was an alright episode. I'm curious to see what they are going to be going with this season, because it's the longest season, and also I remember, because when it comes down to the intro, I definitely remember that this variation of the intro a lot more than I do the other variations. But I don't know. I'm curious of what they're gonna do with this season. So on that note, let's go ahead and get to episode 2 of season 3 of Zoey 101 right about now.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 3, episode number 2 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Chase's Girlfriend. Daniela Monet made another appearance in this episode. She won't make any more appearances from what I know, what I remember at least. Because she gets dumped by Chase by the end. Basically, the main plot was the whole backlash from last episode. And then fucking Rebecca, who is played by Daniela Monet, basically lets Zoey know that Zoey needs to stay away from Chase. And fucking she also lets Chase know that he needs to stay away from Zoey or whatever. And basically the whole conflict ends when fucking Chase dumps her and everything, and that was basically it. Fucking Zoey and Chase make a pact that if one of them get a boyfriend or a girlfriend, it won't let their friendship be ruined or whatever. So that was that. The side plot was Quinn helping Logan with his fucking free throws, and she does all this training, this weird training that Logan doesn't understand, and basically makes a fool out of him. And basically he learns how to do his free throws, but fucking it was only one problem he had. It was just his elbow was tilted a different way, and so he gets mad. And I will say, when this scene happens, it's weird because I watched it twice because I had to go back. They edited something out, and it was badly edited. It like a jump cut. Logan was saying, like, why did you make me do all this stupid stuff? And then nothing was said, and it just jump cuts to him getting angry. And I'm just like, why? I was so confused, if I'm being completely honest. It was just so confusing, but I don't know. It's weird that they're editing stuff out. It's weird that's a little weird, man. But yeah, so on that note, let's go ahead and get to the next episode. I'm probably gonna have to put this episode above Surprise, but yeah, fucking on to the next one.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 3, episode number 3 of Zoey 101. This episode was called hot Dean. It was bad. It was so bad. Oh, it was dreadful. Fucking dreadful. Like, dude, like, dude, why? Why, man, why? This episode, the girls, the minors, were fascinated with the substitute dean at the school. And when I mean fascinated, I mean fascinated. Why? Why have you done this? Like, why? This is by far, this is probably the first episode worse than election, dude. Like, this is by far the worst episode of the show so far. Oh my god. This was bad. This was fucking dreadful. And they try to hook up the dean with the girl's dorm advisor because she just broke up with her boyfriend or what the fuck ever. And it's just, bro, I don't even care. This shit was bad. Like, it was dreadful. Like, actually fucking dreadful, dude. Oh my god. Like, I know this is another Dan Schneider idea. Like, why? Why have you... Why, man? Like, what? This was so bad. This was so bad. Oh, fucking hell. Man, let's get to the next one.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 3, episode number 4 of Zoey 101, Quarantine. Fucking, this episode was about fucking Quinn creating a new germ, and she contaminates the room, and the guys are there, everybody's there, so they have to quarantine the whole building, and all 6 of them are stuck in the girls' dorm room number 101, and, basically, fucking, they basically are just annoyed with each other the entire time, and they are all stressed about something. Chase is stressed about getting actually sick. Logan's stressed about the whole situation because everybody's acting like a fucking dumbass. Michael's stressed about eating because they can't eat anything. Fucking Zoe's stressed about a date that she has at 7. And then fucking Lola's stressed about a acting gig that she's trying to audition for. And Quinn is stressed about fucking Mark because he is hanging out with another woman and everything, and she's jealous or whatever. All in all, the germ ends up being not really fucking harmful at all, and they are now off quarantine, and yeah, that was basically it. It wasn't really much of an episode. Better than the last one, I'll tell you that. Anything could be better than that. So, middle of the road type episode, honestly. Don't really have much else to say. Fucking... Oh, there was a plot with Dustin, and he was like doing Quinn and Zoe's fucking bidding because they were quarantined, so they basically sat there and we were telling him to spy on Mark. Quinn told him to spy on Mark, and then Zoey was trying to get him to let her date know what was going on and shit. And yeah, that was pretty much it. But yeah, fucking on to season 3, episode number 5 of Zoey 101 right about now.
Are you ready?
Alright, fucking season 3, episode 5, Zoey 101, Zoey's tutor. I remember this episode vividly because I remember I fucking hated it when I was younger. Basically, the whole gist of the episode, fucking, so, Zoey's failing chemistry, not really failing, but got a C. She wants to get extra credit, but the teacher offers her, instead, because she doesn't believe in extra credit, she offers her she offers her a tutor, one of her best students, and the tutor is fucking Logan, and she's getting tutored by Logan in secret, because Logan doesn't want people knowing that he's a chemistry geek and shit. And, yeah, so the others think something's suspicious and they think they're dating. Logan tells Chase that they're dating, and Zoey tells everybody the truth, basically, and that was that. The side plot was fucking Quinn trying to catch this rat that escaped from one of her experiments and everything. They end up catching the rat, but they use it, I shit you not, to put down Logan's pants. Like, I just, why, man? Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to say at this point. I've made so many Dan Schneider jokes already. What the fuck is wrong with you, Dan? There's so many things, so many fucking issues that you have, Dan Schneider. So many fucking issues. God fucking damn, dude. Why? But, nonetheless, fucking, when it comes to where this goes on the ranking, close to the bottom of the list. It wasn't the worst thing, but it wasn't great at all, like, honestly. So, yeah, fucking, that was that. Let's get to the next episode, because I can't be bothered.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 3, episode number 6 of Zoey 101. This episode was called The Great Vince Blake. So, basically, the PCA the football team, was going to the finals, the state finals, for the first time because of this guy named Vince Blake. And everybody's praising him, and praising him, and praising him, and Chase fucking hates it. And he finds out that Vince is cheating on his history test and everything. So he tells Vince that he knows, and Vince threatens him. Basically, the whole football team threatens him. Fucking, this is a bunch of fucking shit. They all threaten him and all this shit. And then, basically, Chase just tells the teacher anyway, and deals with the consequences and everything. And then, fucking, he gets beat up for it along with Michael and Logan and Mark. So there's that. The side plot was with Zoey, fucking Quinn, and Lola. They got moon bars, which are healthy chocolate bars, and they put cactus goo in them. That way they would taste better. And they put them in the vending machines, but apparently that cactus goo had an addictive quality because everybody got addicted to the moon bars. So, yeah. That was basically it. It had like no resolution to the story whatsoever. Like, they just ran away from a mob of people, and yeah, that was pretty much it. Honestly, like, that was, it was kind of just another, it was middle of the road, but it was more upper middle of the road, I guess. It wasn't bad. I don't think it was terrible. It could have been worse. But yeah, I mean, season 3 just, it seems to me, is kind of just starting off like mid, pretty much. But yeah, let's go ahead and get to episode number 7 of season 3 right about now.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 3, episode number 7 of Zoey 101. This episode was called The Silver Hammer Society. It was pretty meh. It was about Zoey, Chase, Michael and fucking Lola trying to join this fucking stupid club that's kind of cultish, honestly, at the campus. And Logan wants to join it, but he doesn't get picked, so he tries to make his own club and shit. And then fucking the others are trying to fucking like qualify for like joining the club and everything, and they just get fed up. They fed the fuck up with it and say that they don't want to fucking join. And so the club members get fucking mad and shit, and they're just like defeated. And Logan fucking rubs it in their face that nobody wanted to join, but then he joins afterwards because they offer. And then the side plot was fucking Quinn and this new girl. She like meets this new girl, and the new girl recognizes her, and Quinn starts acting weird and everything, and fucking like nervous and shit, and says she doesn't know her or whatever. And everybody's trying to figure out why the fuck Quinn is acting so goddamn weird about the whole situation. And it turns out before she like became interested in fucking science and shit, fucking she sat there and was a ribbon dancer, and so everybody finds that out, and she's all embarrassed and everything, and she thinks fucking Mark is gonna dump her, but he doesn't, and he's like, so you still got those ribbons? And she does, so she does a fucking ribbon dance for him, and that's how the fucking episode ends. Like, the whole Silver Hammer Society thing didn't really even matter that much, honestly. And fucking the side plot was more interesting than the fucking main plot. So for the side plot, I'll put it like in the middle, but the main plot brings it down a bit. But yeah. On that note, let's get to episode number 8 of season 3.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 3, episode number 8. of Zoey 101. This episode was called The Curse of PCA. It was about basically Lola meets this guy named, I can't remember his fucking name, actually. All I know is he's this fucking guy that says he could take them hiking and everything to find this goddamn necklace that this guy named fucking Charles Galloway fucking had before he fucking passed and everything. And so they go and they all try to find this necklace and everything, and the hiking guy isn't actually a guide. He's just a fucking dude that's trying to get with Lola, and he gets everybody fucking lost, and then they find the necklace that Charles Galloway had and all this shit. And then a fucking storm erupts because this is like another Halloween episode, basically. So I think this is the second kind of type of Halloween episode. It's like a ghost-centric episode, so I'm assuming it aired around Halloween. It's the second hour-long special as well. I don't know how many of those we're gonna get after this, but yeah, so a storm happens, and fucking Lola and the hiker guy who they got together at this point fucking go back to the campus, and Michael, Chase, Logan, and Quinn all get back to the campus as well. Or actually, Chase didn't. It was just Michael, fucking Logan, and Quinn. But Chase was helping Zoey because Zoey fucking fell down because she was trying to find Chase, and they say that she broke her ankle, but I'm pretty sure it's just a fucking sprain, because if she broke her ankle, that shit wouldn't have been able to be walked on, because they were having her limp on it and shit. So I doubt it was a broken fucking ankle, honestly, if I'm being completely honest with you. So I don't know what they were fucking on about, dude, trying to say it was a broken ankle and shit. But fucking Chase takes Zoey to the infirmary, and more ghost shit happens, and Chase calls Michael at the lounge, and Michael Quinn, Lola, the hiker guy, and fucking Logan all go and see what's going on at the infirmary, and there's just a bunch of fucking fuck shit happening because of Charles Galloway, the ghost there. And fucking so Michael goes in to help Chase and Zoey, because Zoey at this point has a fucking bucket on her head that she can't get off of her fucking head. And then goddamn Lola, Quinn, and Logan stay back, and Michael goes and helps them. They get out of the fucking infirmary area, and fucking legitimately Zoey just starts fucking rolling down the campus, and she's going down, and Chase is fucking running after her, and she finally gets the bucket off of her head, and she has to jump, which, by the way, you can't jump with a broken fucking ankle, so I'm sure it's sprained. She has to jump off the fucking gurney and shit that she was on, and basically they're trying to figure out a way to stop this curse, and Quinn gets this experiment or whatever, whatever the fuck this invention that she has, and it doesn't help at all. It doesn't fucking help. And they're realizing, oh, did Logan put back the necklace? And he fucking didn't. So they give back the necklace, and that's what basically fucking calms the ghost down. So at this point, it's fucking nighttime. Or, well, it was nighttime, but at this point, it's fucking in the morning time. So, goddamn, they're all trying to get back to do their exam because they have an important exam to get to. So they get to the fucking class, they're late, and they're trying to explain themselves, and the teacher just isn't fucking having it. The teacher does not fucking care. He does not give a shit. And he was talking about, oh, the ghosts aren't real, and that Charles Galloway story isn't real, and this isn't real. And then the ghost of Charles Galloway fucking spins him around with some bad CGI, and fucking he's just like, class dismissed. And it just ends with a fucking title card of the end. Like, I'm not joking. Fucking, it was a cursed ass episode. It wasn't bad per se. I will say, compared to the last fucking hour-long special, it's definitely not as good as that, bro. But honestly, out of the episodes that I've ranked of season 3 so far, I'm gonna have to say this probably goes at the top of the list, honestly, because it's probably the best episode of this season so far. It seems like that's what these hour-long episodes are starting to get to. But, yeah, I think this is the best episode so far. It was an enjoyable experience all the way around and everything, so yeah, I don't think it was the best episode, obviously, but it was definitely a good one. So, with that being said, fucking, let's go ahead and get to Season 3, Episode number 9 of Zoey 101 right about now.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, Season 3, Episode number 9 of Zoey 101. Logan gets cut off. Fucking, this episode started off with the gang fucking talking and everything, and then Logan shows up with his car that he just bought for over $300,000 on his dad's credit card, and he's bragging about it, about how he, even though he can't drive, he's going to be able to drive, and he's going to look good while doing it, and everything. And he keeps bragging about it, and fucking, he even makes a video with him in the car, and is just like, just being a real dickhead about his car, pretty much, that he bought off his dad's credit card. And then, fucking, his dad shows up, and it's just like, you're getting cut off because you bought that without my permission, basically. Basically just cutting him off from fucking goddamn buying shit because he's rich and everything. Which, a credit card is, you gotta pay on credit cards, so I don't know how rich fucking, like, I don't know, it just seems like, I know it's a kid's show, but it seems like Dan Schneider doesn't really understand the purpose of credit cards. You have to pay on those and shit. So, and I don't think you can get a credit card with over $300,000 on it. So I'm kind of just confused on that. But besides the point, he gets cut off, and he doesn't know how to do shit. Basically, he doesn't know how to fucking fluff up his hair, or he doesn't know how to sit there and do his laundry or anything. So all the gang are just saying that we don't feel sorry for him, except for Zoey, because Zoey has this moral compass and is just like, oh, we gotta help him, we gotta help him, we gotta help him. And everybody else is just like, fucking, no, we don't. Like, we don't have to help him, but you want to help him. So, fucking, they get to where they all help him because Zoey keeps convincing them and shit. And he still doesn't know how to do pretty much anything, so they're all just doing shit for him at this point. And they find out that he got his fucking credit card back along with $200 in his wallet and everything. So they devise a plan to fucking get back at him by having him, like, tricking him into buying this coin collection that Firewire has. And basically, the coins aren't worth anything, but he thinks they're worth over $100,000 and everything. So he buys them, and then he tells his dad, and his dad's like, I'll be there in 90 minutes, because their butler knows a lot of things about fucking coins and all this shit. So then he sits there and shows the coins to his dad and the butler. And the coins are replicas, and they're worth like 50 to 75 cents. So he gets cut off again, and he tries to reason with his dad and shit. And the gang are just like, oh, well, we're gonna give his dad like the rest back. And Chase is like, oh, yep, all 90,000. And Zoe's like, you mean 100,000, right? And Chase is just like, shh, basically. But fucking, that was that plot line. And the other plot line was Michael, like, having a debate with Mark about basically that magicians are real and not fake. And Mark says that they're fake or whatever. So Michael bets that he could, like, escape a fucking trick where he gets tied to a chair easily. And he cheats and breaks the chair. So then Quinn is like, oh, I'm gonna get the best knot tire on campus to tie you up and everything. So she does that. And basically Michael can't get out of the knot. And he's stuck. And ends the episode with him being fucking stuck in the knot. So yeah, fucking, I don't know, this episode was okay. It was, I'm just gonna say upper middle, honestly. Like, it wasn't too bad, honestly. And I didn't remember this episode existed until I started watching it, and I realized, oh wait, I've seen this episode before when I was younger. But yeah, that's about all I gotta say. Fucking, it was alright. Better than most of this season so far. So, on that note, let's go ahead and get to Season 3, Episode number 10 of Zoey 101, right about now.
Are you ready?
Let's get sweaty, everybody. It's time to talk about Zoey 101 Season 3, and this episode was called Wrestling. I am back with your one episode per season review. Season 3, we have the episode called Wrestling. I'm going to be honest here. This was so fucking cursed. Like, actually, because fucking Dan Schneider can't keep his creeping, fucking stalking, white van, foot fetish, toe sucking, pinky toe goblin, heel licking, goddamn fat, goddamn Burger King Whopper McRib, Big Mac face stuffing fucking ass away from children. And this motherfucker has written so much creepy shit. You see it. You see it when you fucking watch anything written by Dan Schneider. Like, I was watching this, I was just like, my god. My god. Dude. Dan. What the fuck? How are you not called out sooner than the fucking Quiet on Set documentary? Holy dude. Oh my god. So, this episode starts off with Zoey, Chase, and Michael, excuse me, walking around the campus, and Chase and Michael are arguing about what's heavier, the world's largest pumpkin or the world's fattest man, aka Tyrese. Fucking, and Tyrese do be looking like the Great Pumpkin. I'll stop. Anyway, fucking, so they're arguing about that, and then they see these two kids getting into a fight. And so they're sitting there fighting each other, and Zoey is just like, oh, we have to do something. I'm like, no, you don't. What the, like, why do you have to do something? But then fucking Chase and Michael just don't really do shit, and they're just like watching the fight. And then Zoey gets in and breaks up the fight, and when I tell you, she fucking slammed this kid down on his neck. I was like, god damn, dude. Like, holy shit. Fucking. And then all of a sudden, the coach walks up. Let me see what his name actually was. Coach Peters. That was his name. And so Coach Peters walks up. And he's like your typical fucking high school gym coach, you know, fucking meathead, fucking type of coach. And so he walks up and he talks to Zoey, and he's just like, oh, I saw the way that you broke up that fight. Where did you learn how to do that? And then fucking Zoey tries to explain, and then he just keeps yelling at her. He's just like, oh, do you want to join the wrestling team? Please join the wrestling team. Just join the wrestling team. Just join the wrestling team. And he just kept yelling it, and she was just like, if I say yes, will you stop yelling at me? And he's just like, alright, welcome to the wrestling team. And then Zoe's just like, well, I guess I'm on the wrestling team. And so she talks to her friends Nicole and Lola, who is played by Victoria Justice. Not sure what happened to the chick from the first season or whatever, but I'm sure Austin has probably explained that by now. But anyhow, so Zoey tells them that she's on the wrestling team, and fucking Victoria Justice, I'm just gonna call her Victoria Justice, or whatever, she's just like, oh, why would you want to fucking wrestle a bunch of fucking muscular, sweaty men? And it's like Dan Schneider, dog. Like, he's fucking writing for teenage girls. He's writing his fantasies, dude. He's fucking writing it because he has Victoria Justice sit here and say, oh, who wants to wrestle a bunch of muscly, sweaty men? And then she gives, like, this creepy-ass smile, and then she's like, wait, never mind. Can I join the wrestling team? It's such a fucking sexual innuendo, Dan Schneider. They're underage, Dan. Oh my god. And don't tell me, oh, well, there's other writers. No, the main credit, when you fucking watch one of these episodes, it says written by Dan Schneider. He displays this shit loud and fucking proud. Okay? So I don't want to hear it. So, fucking, then Lola, Victoria Justice, starts talking about, how she wants to be on TV as an actress. And then Nicole tells her that the school has like their own, it's called like the PCA TV channel or something. And this one dude named Jeremiah Trotman is like the host of the channel or whatever. So she goes to Lola goes to talk to Jeremiah Trotman, and he's just sitting there, and she introduces herself, and she's just like, oh, I want to be on TV. Can I be like a reporter or like a fashion reporter or something for you? And he's just like, no. And swear to God, she's just like, oh, well, I'll go out with you on like a date. And I'm just like, brother, Dan, what are we doing here? Are you trying to imply that fucking, like, are you trying to send a message to teenage girls to just say, hey, to get what you want, just fucking offer sex, just offer going on a date to get what you want? Like, Dan, what are we doing here, Dan? But anyway, he's just like, are you really gonna go out with me? And she just pulls a Patrick, and she's just like, no. And fucking, she just walks away. And then, so Zoey shows up to, I don't know if this is supposed to be wrestling practice, wrestling class, this is a weird fucking campus, Austin. Like, I don't know if you have explained it by this point, but I swear to God, in the episodes that I've watched, they've had they just called it their class, and then they did a whole project on JetX scooters, and all their time was spent just making a TV commercial. And then in the other episode, it was just a Halloween shit, and it just seemed like their only teacher was fucking Mr. Bender, and then now they got this fucking class, and it's just like, okay, what fucking class? Like, do they not have regular classes on campus? Like, I'm so confused. Anyway, Zoey shows up to the fucking wrestling practice. That's just what I'm gonna call it. And fucking Logan sees her, and he's just like, oh, Zoey, what are you doing here? And she's just like, oh, well, the coach asked me to join the wrestling team. And then Logan gets upset and starts banging his head against the bleachers. And then the coach walks in, and he tells everybody that Zoey's joining the wrestling team. And he tells everybody that they're going to practice. And then he's just like, oh, but not you, Zoey. You need to work out and exercise, so go do the jump rope. And she's just like, oh, well, why just me? And the coach is just like, oh, because they've been training for months and months, and you haven't had any training, so you need to catch up with them before you can start being able to practice wrestling. And then Zoe's just like, oh, what about this fucking guy? I don't know if it lists. Yeah, Blatsburg, who's like this fucking fat kid. He kind of looks like Austin a little bit. And he's just like sitting on the bench, and like the whole running joke with him in this episode is that he's fat and he's out of shape and he can't catch his breath. And so they just make a complete joke out of it, and then the coach just like brushes it off, and he's just like, oh, go hit the jump rope. And she's just like, alright, whatever. And so fucking they keep going through fucking practices, and Zoe's just doing either jumping jacks or jump rope or doing all these exercises, and she's not wrestling, and she's just starting to get fed up with it. She's starting to get irritated and disappointed that she hasn't wrestled, so she tells her friends about it, and she's just like, I don't understand why coach hasn't let me wrestle or whatever. And they're telling her that she should just quit the team or whatever. And Zoe's just like, oh no, I can't just quit or whatever. And so then we see the coach and the wrestling team are having like lunch, and he's fucking sitting there eating a sandwich, and he's just like, he is so dumb, because he's just like, he's talking about fucking aliens, and he's just like, he's like, oh, how do we know that aliens aren't real? How do you explain the moon? How hasn't the moon fallen? I'm just like, brother, what are you on about? And everybody else has looked confused too. And then Zoey walks up to him, and she's just like, coach, like, I want to wrestle. What, like, why haven't you been letting me wrestle? And then the coach is just like, oh, well, you're gonna wrestle. And then she's like, wait, I am? And he's like, yeah, you're gonna fucking be in the upcoming, in the upcoming state tournament. And so, I don't know if it lists the dude here that got mad. I don't know. Fucking, a lot of these people are just listed as PCA wrestler. So, I have no idea, but this one dude is just like, he's just like, oh, coach, you're taking me out and putting a girl in? And the coach is just like, yeah, because you've been slacking off. And then fucking the coach is like, oh, the tournament's gonna be in like 2 weeks. And then the coach just tells the whole wrestling team, is like, all right, boys, come on, let's go wash my car. I'm just like, brother, what the fuck? And also, there's this really cursed moment where I gotta talk about Dan Schneider again, because they show a montage of all these fucking all of these teenage boys wrestling each other at wrestling practice, right? And I'm telling you, they're showing close-up shots of them being sweaty and wrestling each other. And then there's this cursed scene where the coach like gets like a close-up into the camera, and he has like this really pedo-ish smile, and he's just like, let's get sweaty. And I'm just like, bro, Dan! It gets worse. It gets worse too. It gets worse because Zoey is fucking sore from all the fucking practice that she's been doing, and fucking so she has Nicole and fucking Lola massage her, and Nicole massages her shoulders, and keep in mind these are all underage teenagers, and Dan Schneider just has to put it in there. Dan fucking Schneider has to put in there that fucking Lola is massaging Zoe's fucking bare fucking feet that they show on the camera, and then Lola and Nicole complain that they're fucking tired, and fucking they complain that they're tired, and then Zoe's just like, Lola's just like frustrated that she can't get on TV or whatever, and then fucking Zoe's like, alright, team 2, you're up, and then fucking it's Michael and Chase is just like, oh well, I call the shoulders, and then Michael is just like, oh, why do I always get the feet, man? I always get the feet every time. I was like, Dan, what the fuck? Why are we getting scenes of teens rubbing a teen girl's fucking feet? Dan, it is so evident. You change the Nickelodeon logo to a fucking logo of a foot. You have, in every one of your fucking shows, we get close-up shots of feet and fucking feet being played with, being messed with. Fucking, it's always fucking underage girls' feet too. It always is, Dan. It always is. Can I ask, Dan, what is your obsession with feet? I know Austin has a fucking foot fetish, but god damn, Dan Schneider, what is your obsession with fucking feet, my guy? Oh my god, can you go one episode without doing something that's about fucking feet? My lord, there's other things besides feet that you could write. Like, you're sitting here writing a teenage girl to pretty much just say, hey, if you let me be on fucking TV, I'll go on a date with you. Oh, and you're having a fucking grown man talk about sweaty teenage boys saying, let's get sweaty. And then you're fucking goddamn having Zoey get her feet rubbed on it's like, brother, what are we doing, Dan? Are you fucking like, bro, you're a fucking pedophile. Like, oh my god. And I swear to god, like, I was fucking noticing little fucking things, too, in the season 1 episode and the season 2 episode, just little fucking things. I was just like, that's kind of weird. That was kind of sus. That was kind of, like, not fucking right to show a fucking teenager doing that. Dan, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, oh my god, Dan fucking looks like a fucking balloon. He's so fucking swollen. Like, and then this motherfucker has the audacity. I recommend going to check out mine and Austin's review of the Quiet on Set documentary for more details. But basically, the short version is, after Dan got called out for all these allegations, he did an apology where this motherfucker just cried and was just saying he was innocent, and then the whole documentary, every time they had an accusation against Dan, it would just say, oh, Dan Schneider has denied this accusation. Fuck you, Dan. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. You knew what you were doing the whole time, doing shit like this. Shit like this, Dan. That's what you were doing the whole time. So I don't want to hear, oh, Dan Snyder denies this allegation. Dan Snyder denies this. Yeah, you can deny all you want, but you can't fucking deny the fact that you're a fucking creep that fucking sexually assaulted your fucking coworkers, and you fucking force people to fucking touch your fucking fat, stinky fucking ass, because no fucking woman would ever want to touch you, Dan, because you look like a fucking blimp. So I don't want to fucking hear it, Dan Snyder. Go fucking kill yourself. Anyhow, my rant aside, back to the episode. So, we finally get to the tournament, and fucking Jeremiah fucking Trotman and this dude named Dooley are the commentators, and fucking Lola is she's just upset that she's not on TV, and she just wants to be on TV so bad, and fucking Nicole is just like, oh, I got an idea. And then fucking Lola's like, what? And she's just like, oh, I'll be right back. And then she walks up to Dooley, and she's just like, oh, can you come with me for a minute? And he's just like, why? And she's just like, oh, it's important, and then forces her to come with him. And then a couple minutes later, she comes back, and she's just like, alright, fucking Dooley's taken care of. And Lola's just like, what did you do to him? And she's just like, do you really want to know? And fucking Lola's just like, no. So she goes up there, and fucking she talks to Jeremiah about being a commentator, and Jeremiah's just mad because he's like, oh, where's Dooley at? Where's Dooley at? We're about to get started. And so he's just like, oh, fine. Do you know sports? And she's just like, oh, yeah, my dad's a sports guy or whatever. So he's just like, okay, fine, you're in, because we need somebody. So then she's just like, oh, yay, I'm on TV. And then we get this tournament where there's been this legend of this whole guy named Chuck Javers. And basically he's like this fucking freak of an athlete that's undefeated, and he's like a little bit too into these wrestling matches, and he fucking hurts people. And I think they said he was like 74-0. I know Austin knows about streaks because I swear to God, he holds Goldberg's undefeated streak in like the highest fucking regard. But anyway, so Chuck Javers has won the state championships before, and he's obviously a lot bigger than these other fucking kids that are wrestling. So I'm just curious, did Dan Snyder just want a fucking grown man fucking wrestling these teens? I don't know. It would be a very Dan Snyder thing to do. I'm sure Dan Snyder himself, I swear to God, if Dan Snyder could have, if he wouldn't have got backlash, if he could have, I swear to you, Dan Snyder himself probably would have fucking went in there and wrestled a bunch of teenagers. He probably would have fucking wanted to wrestle Zoey so he could probably fucking hump her or something, because he's such a fucking creep. I know he would do that too, because you want to know why? Because he self-inserted himself in the shit before. Like the fucking Good Burger. He was the fucking manager at the Good Burger. Fucking Merry Christmas, Drake and Josh. He put himself on a TV commercial. So I know if Dan Snyder could have done it, he would have. So fuck you, Dan Snyder. But anyway, so basically Chuck Javers is like, everybody's fucking terrified of him. And so we get this tournament, and basically Zoey doesn't get to wrestle because every single person that's supposed to wrestle her forfeits, because the one dude explained, he was like, oh, it's a lose-lose. Either I go in there and I beat her up, and then I look like a jerk for beating up a girl, or I go in there and I lose, and then I get fucking ribbed for losing to a girl for the rest of my life. So, and that's what all these dudes were afraid of. So everybody just forfeited. And so Zoey made it all the way to the finals just because everybody forfeited. And then Chuck Javers has fucking destroyed everybody and also made it to the finals. So then the finals was supposed to be Chuck Javers and Zoey. And then just out of nowhere, the coach is just like, oh, Zoey's injured, we're putting in a replacement. And Zoey's just like, what? I'm not injured. And the coach finally explains the reason why he wanted her on the team, because he was like, oh, well, I knew that none of the boys were going to want to wrestle a girl, so I knew that they were going to automatically fucking forfeit. So, you know, fuck Zoey, I guess. I know Dan Schneider wanted to fuck Zoey, but that's besides the point. Anyway, so Zoey just gets mad, and fucking the coach is just like, oh, well, see, it's a strategy, and you did help the team, but now we're gonna have this dude named Scott wrestle Chuck Javers, and so we can win the tournament. And then Zoey gets mad and goes up to the referee, and she's just like, look, I'm not injured. And the ref's just like, are you sure? And she's like, yeah, do I look injured? And the ref's like, no, you look completely fine to me. And then the ref overrules the coach's decision, and the coach gets fucking pissed. So then we have fucking Lola and Jeremiah on fucking commentary, and Lola just has no idea what she's doing. And Jeremiah's like, oh, give us some statistics on Zoey. And she doesn't even know what statistics is. And then she's just like, oh, well, fucking Zoey's favorite color is pink, and she loves animals, especially bunnies. And Jeremiah just gives her like the dirtiest fucking look. And then fucking Dooley comes back, and Jeremiah's just like, Dooley, where have you been? And Dooley's just like, oh, well, some psycho girl sprayed me with this purple spray, and I passed out, and when I woke up handcuffed to the flagpole. And then Lola just didn't know what to say, so she just, like, pretty much fucking scrammed out of there really fast. And then fucking Dooley got back on commentary. Then we got this finals match between Chuck Javers and Zoey Brooks. And so Chuck was just acting like a jerk, and he broke Nicole's glasses, and he stole Chase's drink. And they're all fucking sitting there like, oh, kick his butt, Zoey. Hit him in the face, hurt him, embarrass him, and shit. And then the bell rings, and Chuck fucking runs at her, and then it just goes black. And then later on, Zoey wakes up in bed, and she's injured. And everybody's standing there. Well, fucking Nicole, Lola, Chase, and Michael are all standing there. And they're just like, oh, Zoey, you're awake. And she's just like, what happened? And Chase basically explains, well, the match started, and Chuck fucking tackled you, or he picked you up and slammed you down, and your head broke the fall, and it knocked you out, and the match was like 3 to 4 seconds. And then they try to add a positive spin by saying it's a new state record for the shortest match. And then fucking they're like, oh, it's all right though, because Logan stood up for you, and Logan talked to Chuck in the parking lot and told him what a jerk he was for being too rough on you. And Zoey was just like, oh, that's so sweet. And then she looks over, and fucking Logan is like in a fucking hospital bed with a cast on his leg. His face is all like red, and he has a black eye, and fucking, I'm just like, why isn't this dude in the fucking hospital? And he just waves at Zoey, and then that's just how it ends. So that was the wrestling episode of Zoey 101. Thank God there wasn't at least any cursed wrestlers in this, like there was in the fucking wrestling episode of That 70 Show. But yeah, fuck you, Dan Schneider. You're a fucking creepy ass pedophile, and you're fucking fat. You know, Dan Schneider, you might be the world's fattest man. I know you fucking lost some weight, but now your fucking neck just looks like a fucking rooster because you have all that fucking loose goddamn skin. Fuck you, Dan Schneider. Anyway, that was wrestling from Zoey 101 Season 3. That means we only got one more season left. So, with that being said, overall, the episode, I thought it was... How do I say it? The main purpose of the episode wasn't the problem. It was fine. It was just all the creepy, weird pedo shit that Dan Schneider was writing into it. That was the problem. So because of that, I'm gonna officially list this. I don't know where Austin's gonna put it on the overall ranking, but I'm putting this as a bad episode just because of that alone. So But yeah, so that's my thoughts on this episode. It was fucking cursed, and Dan Schneider's a fucking fat, obese pedophile, so he can go kill himself. And yeah, so that was my review for season 3. I am gonna go ahead and hand it back over to Austin, and hopefully the rest of this season isn't filled with pedo shit. But that's it for me for season 3, guys. So I will see you back for my final review in season 4. Until then, back to you, Austin Schneider.
Are you ready?
Alright, season fucking 3, episode 11 of Zoey 101. Bro, this episode was called Zoey's Balloon. If I already didn't know that Dan Schneider had problems, this episode would make me think he had problems. Like, this makes me think he has so many fucking issues. What the fuck, bro? Oh my god. Oh. So, basically, the episode started off with Zoey and her classmates getting this psychology fucking assignment where they have to write their secret down and fucking sit there and tie it on a balloon and let it up into the sky. By the way, before this happens, fucking Lola's Lola tells a secret out loud because the fucking teacher is dumb, and her secret is like, oh, well, I'm scared of mascots because this fucking, when I was little, this guy in a hot dog suit fucking like fell down a hill and rolled near me. So that's legit. It's fucked too, because of course with Dan Schneider's like writing, the guy in the fucking mask, the hot dog suit, is just like, oh, everybody loves wieners, and there's children all around. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Like, why? And then, so they do this assignment, and everybody's like fucking writing their secrets. Chase wants to see her secret, like Zoey's secret, and she says she's not showing him her secret, so they let the balloons go and everything, and somebody late in the night finds Zoey's balloon stuck in a tree, and then is basically blackmailing her to do things that fucking are embarrassing, or else the secret would be plastered all over PCA. And it's just like, oh my god, bro. I know last episode was bad, but like this episode, like I remember fucking the ending to this episode when I was younger. I remember watching this episode only because of one thing. So I'll get to that in a bit. Fucking basically, the first thing is fucking the person makes goddamn Zoey wear a banana costume out and about, and everybody's laughing at her and all this shit, and it scares Lola off. And then Quinn's just like, oh, well, I could trace the try to see if there's any fingerprints on the note that you got, Zoey, because she got a note that led her to a website, and the website is like the most cursed ass thing, bro. And Quinn's trying to do that all night, and she can't find any fingerprints or anything. And then fucking Zoey and Lola wake up and ask her if she got anything done, and she said there's no fingerprints. So they look at the website again, and fucking
fucking, this is why I know about this, like, I remember this episode. I don't know if they couldn't get the rights to the song or not. I always thought they did get the fucking rights. But, basically, Zoey's next task is she has to go to a table by the library and dance the Macarena. Not the Macarena, which I thought, for some reason, I thought, you know, this is what kind of introduced me to the Macarena, and it's so close to, like, sounding. I just don't know if they could. I guess they just couldn't get the fucking rights to the song. I don't know why, but they made their own version of the Macarena called the Macarena, and it's legit the exact same dance, the exact same everything. That's why I fucking remember it as the Macarena. I don't know, but Zoe's just like, I want to be alone, and then fucking Quinn traces the IP address to the website and fucking finds Firewire, and they torture him to figure out who actually made the website, and it's the return of fucking Daniela Monet. So she's back and she's like tormenting Zoey, and they all confront her, and fucking then she's still gonna tell Zoe's secret. And when I tell you this secret this is the most, like, all these secrets that get told in this episode is the most Dan Schneider shit, bro. I swear to God, especially when it comes to the woman, bro, like, I swear to God, it makes my brain hurt how you could do this, dude. Like, why? But nonetheless, fucking Danielle Monet, I don't even remember her fucking character's name. It was at the start of the season, but I don't remember. Fucking used to be dating Chase, you know, whatever. And, yeah, so she's about to tell the secret, and then Chase is like, I was the flower girl at my uncle's wedding when I was 5. And I'm just like, what? What? And then Lola steps in with her fucking secret, which is like, she said, when I first got to wear a bra, I couldn't take it off, so I had to have my mom help me. Why the fuck are we talking about that, Dan? Why the fuck are we talking about fucking prepubescent fucking girls' bras, Dan? Like, why? Why are we doing it? Why, Mr. Schneider? Why the fuck are we doing this? Like, why? And then, fucking, of course, Quinn interrupts, I have 6 toes on my right foot. Why, Dan? Why is that a fucking secret? Why, Dan? Why? Why? Oh my God. And Michael's just like, oh, when I, like, first came to PCA, I cried for 2 hours leaving my parents. And it's just like, okay. And the fucking kicker is Zoe's secret, because she finally just tells it. Fucking, she just says it. Apparently, this lotion company apparently had an ad with a baby's bare butt on it. Like, fucked in general, Dan. But Zoe's like, that was me. And I was like, Dan! At that point, I was like, Dan! What the fuck? Bro, this was so fucked. Like, it was so actually fucked. Like, I couldn't even believe what I just heard. And I was like, what the flying fuck? And then they all start doing the Macarena, which is basically just the Macarena. And I'm just like, why, bro? This episode is close to the bottom of the fucking list. I'm sorry. It's so fucked. It's so actually fucked. This was bad. Like, this was awful. Like, not as bad as Hot Dean,
But damn, holy shit, Dan, why? How did people not know he was like this? I don't understand. How did it go over so many people's heads? I don't understand. This is fucked. This is absolutely fucked. Oh my god, bro. This makes my fucking brain hurt, man. On that note, fucking... Let's get to the next episode. I can't talk about this episode no more.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, Season 3, Episode number 12 of Zoey 101. This episode was called fucking Chase's Grandma. I will say, compared to the last episode, this episode does have some pedo shit that I will mention. Trust me. But, I will say, this is probably the best episode of the season. Close to the best episode of the show. Maybe in the top 5, I would say. I definitely remember this one, when I was younger. So, the main plot is fucking Chase is writing this paper, but it's his birthday weekend, and basically he says he doesn't want to celebrate his birthday at all, and he doesn't need a party or anything, and fucking so Zoey, Michael, Lola, Quinn, and Logan all throw him this surprise party because they want him to be able to experience his birthday and everything. And pretty much when they're doing that, they're like fucking planning his surprise party. Chase tells Zoey about how his grandma and him share the same birthday and how he was really close with his grandma, and how fucking when he was upset or got hurt or anything, she would sing him this song called A Million Raindrops when he was younger. And so Zoey tries to get his grandma down for the party, but she comes down with the flu, and she tells Chase about it, and he was just like, at least you tried and everything. And fucking basically when that after that happened, fucking they have the party, and Chase he knows about it because Logan invited him to it accidentally, and he tries to get through the party a little bit before he has to finish his paper and everything. But it turned out that his grandma had passed away from the flu and everything, and he was heartbroken, to say the least. And the episode ended off with him and Zoey at the fountain in the rain with a million raindrops playing, and Zoey comforting fucking Chase. So there was that. But and that's what makes this episode really powerful. It was like episode like about like it finished off with loss, and it finished off there. It didn't fucking like put any like spin onto it. It was a nice calming episode, and it was really heartfelt, and I enjoyed that. But to talk about the fuck parts, so Dan Schneider, dude, he kept having the Logan character when they were fucking talking about the party theme. He kept having Logan talk about Zoey in a fucking bikini. I'm not joking, dude. Like, it's so cursed and fucked, bro. So goddamn cursed. And then there was that, and then the second side plot was about, or the side plot, I should say, was about fucking Lola trying to get this doodle cake. Sounds fucking so generic, but she's trying to get this doodle cake, but like the vending machine eats her dollar. So Dustin is trying to get the doodle cake for her, like by putting his hand up in there, and he gets stuck. So they're trying to figure out a way to get him out, and of course, there's lines like, "Oh, Quinn's talking about." I swear, Quinn's like the quintessential fucking goddamn Dan Schneider character, because he's having Quinn say, "Oh, well, we gotta get Dustin out with lubricant," and he's like talking about this little fucking child and lubricant. This is fucked, bro. It's messed up. I think it's like, no, just no. Besides that fuckery, the heartfeltness of the rest of the episode was what puts it up there for me. So, on that note, let's fucking get to the next episode, because goddamn, this shit is getting cursed as a motherfucker, bro. Like, it's getting cursed as a motherfucker. But at least this episode was good. Besides the fucking curseness, at least it was good. Let's go ahead, get to the next episode. Close to the top of the list of this season. Jesus Christ, dude.
Are you ready?
Alright, Season 3, Episode number 13 of Zoey 101. This episode is called Michael Loves Lisa. And this episode was basically about Michael falling for this girl named Lisa, and he consistently failing to get her attention, like the whole time, to the point where he ends up puking on her shoes, and she ends up talking to this other guy named Greg. So Michael's upset, and basically he's very upset and doesn't know what to do. So then fucking there's also a side plot of Chase and Logan having a fucking go-kart fight or whatever. Not fight, but race. Fucking go-kart fight. I'm fucking stupid. Go-kart race. And basically when it comes down to it, fucking Chase is like doing this like small kind of like working on himself type deal, and Logan just sits there and fucking cheats and buys a go-kart. So Chase gets Quinn's help to like help him make a really good go-kart, basically with a lot of speed. So Chase ends up winning, but he loses control. And then when he loses control, he almost hits Lisa. And Michael is there to save the day, and he gets the girl, basically. Pretty run-of-the-mill episode. It was actually fucking pretty decent. I would say right in the middle of Surprise and The Great Vince Blake. Honestly, this wasn't a bad episode. I enjoyed it, but yeah, fucking that was that episode. On to the next one.
Are you ready?
Alright, Season 3, Episode number 14 of Zoey 101. This episode is called The Radio. Fucking, it was pretty middle of the road, if I'm being completely honest. So basically, this episode was about Chase getting a radio from his grandpa, and he thinks it's going to be the new radio or whatever. This new, like, radio that you can listen to. You can put 2 fucking headphone jacks into. That's legit the features, man. I miss the 2000s. It was so much more simple. But fucking, basically, he's excited about this new radio, and he was telling Zoey about it, And he opens the box that he gets from his granddad and shit. By the way, his grandpa's name is Grandpa Joe. Fucking Willy Wonka. I don't know if that was the gist of it, but that's his fucking grandpa's name, and I was like, why? Why? It just made me think of fucking Willy Wonka. Like, why? But fucking, he sits there and he gets this old radio, and he sells it to Zoey because it's old and dusty and everything. And so he's like, I'll take it for a coupon for a taco and $5. And he sells it to her, and Zoey has Quinn look shit up for it, and they find out it's worth $10,000 to $12,000, and I'm just like, why? But fucking basically, Zoey's gonna give it back to Chase. That's what she wants to do, and Quinn and Lola tell like Michael and Logan about it, and about how it's worth that much. And fucking basically, Logan and Michael tell Chase about it, and Chase is like, so Zoey knew that it was that much money? And they were like, yeah. So Chase goes up to Zoey and is like, you weren't gonna give me back my radio after you found out it was that much money? And calling her basically a bad friend and everything. And Zoey was like, no, I was going to give you your radio back, but now I'm not. So this whole, like, debate ensues, and fucking, basically, the gist of it is, half the friend group think that fucking Zoey should have the radio, and then the other half thinks that Chase should have it, so they have to have a fucking goddamn, like, mediator come in. So Mark comes in, fucking Quinn's boyfriend, who, in the side plot, the whole side plot is Quinn trying to kiss Mark, because the whole 2 years they were dating, they have not kissed at all. Fucking, that's gonna go out the window next season, so, because I'm pretty sure Quinn gets with Logan next season, so it's just like, oh, great. But nonetheless, fucking basically, like, after that, fucking Mark mediates and says that Zoey deserves it and everything, and Chase is all sad and shit. Zoey comes up with the fucking radio and is like, I'm gonna give it back to you. And Chase is like, oh, should we just split the 5,000. And fucking Zoe's like, sure. And then they're talking about what they can get with the money, and then fucking Chase's grandpa shows up and takes the radio, since he finds out it's worth $10,000. Also, fucking Quinn kisses Mark. It's not really that much of a plot point, but I mean, it happened. But yeah, fucking, that was that episode. It was alright, pretty middle of the road, like I said. Like, I would say above the great Vince Blake. So, on that note, let's go ahead and get to the next episode, because Jesus Christ, we need to fucking get to it. So, yeah, on to the next episode.
Are you ready?
Oh god, this fucking episode. Season 3, episode number 15, I believe. Yes, of Zoey 101. Favor Chain. Oh god, this episode was fucking cursed. Like, it was just Zoey doing a bunch of favors for people, so that way she can go and see this fucking author that she loves and everything. And it's just constant fucking favor upon favor, like every cast member, and it all goes kaput in the end, basically. But she's still able to fucking get the ride that she needs to go see this author. So basically, none of it mattered in the first place. And I'm just like, bro. Like, bro. Like, oh my god. Honestly, I don't really have much to say about this episode. It's not terrible, but it's not great. So yeah, let's just fucking get to the next episode. I don't know what else to say about this episode, so on to the next one, bro. Jesus fucking Christ.
Are you ready?
Alright, Season 3, Episode number 16 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Zoey's Ribs. It was about a rib cook-off because Michael and Logan keep getting into arguments upon arguments upon arguments upon arguments upon arguments. And fucking basically Zoe's great uncle passed away and gave her like a bunch of like ribs or whatever. I don't know. It's Dan Schneider. I don't fucking know, dude. Like, don't ask me. But fucking basically she decides to do a rib like cook off and everything, and has Coco fucking as a fucking judge and all this shit. And there's this French guy that's also a judge. It's like it's a celebrity, but he turns out to not be a celebrity because he's just pretending to be the fucking celebrity that they think he is, and he gets arrested. And they just have fun at the fucking cook-off. I don't know, dude. And then, goddamn, after that, fucking, we got fucking another, like, plot. It was the side plot of Quinn blowing off Mark's eyebrows. And basically she creates this fucking hair stimulant that works, but it works too much, and pretty much fucking his eyebrows keep growing to like a humongous amount, and fucking Quinn put the shit under her armpit. So because Dan Schneider apparently has this fetish for little girls' armpits now, I don't know, it was bad, bro. It was terrible. And just I couldn't be bothered with this episode. So close to the bottom of the list, honestly, of the whole show. Fucking on to the next one.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, Season 3, Episode number 17 of Zoey 101, Drippin' episode. There's 3 plots in this one. Surprising for a Dan Schneider show. Fucking, usually there's only like 2. Fucking, but the first plot was about Michael starting this new word called drippin', because he wants to start a slang word, and he thinks drippin' is gonna pop off. So it's kind of did. I mean, in real life, I mean, people say drip all the time now, so I don't fucking know. I mean, it's close enough, I guess. So in the end, he eventually starts one, but he doesn't get credit for it. And he tries to start another word called flump, and it's just like, why? Why, bro? That's where his subplot ended. The other subplot was Michael, Logan, and Chase fucking keep waking up every night because somebody's like pulling the fire alarm. Turns out it was fucking Logan's new J phone, which is a phone from Japan that's illegal in fucking the US because it fucking sits there and sets off fire alarms and shit and all this dumb shit. But fucking, that was that. And the other plot was Michael, fucking Dustin, Logan, and Chase watched a scary movie that was also banned in the US. And Dustin was scared, so he went to go in Zoe's room for the night, and they let him sleep there or whatever. And then he still says he's scared, and he's still sleeping in their room and everything. And they find out he's not actually scared at all, and he just wants to spend time with his sister Zoey. So yeah, fucking, I will say Dan Schneider did some creepy shit again, because fucking he wrote in a line there where Lola is like, they're all in a group hug, Zoey, Lola, Quinn, and fucking Dustin. And Lola's like, oh, I'll even let you take a digital picture of my bra. And I'm just like, why, brother? Why, Dan? Why would you do that? But honestly, pretty middle of the road. So yeah, on to the next episode of season 3.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 3, episode number 18 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Page at PCA. Fucking hell. This episode starred Miranda Cosgrove. It's just, they have legit, like, this show is like, they have bridged every single show. They've bridged Victorious and fucking, there's 2 actresses from Victorious on here. There's fucking 2 that were on iCarly on here. Drake Bell showed up for 1 episode. Fucking, just, I mean, you could even bridge it with Corey in the House because of fucking Chris fucking goddamn Massey. So, because he was on Corey in the House a couple times. Like, what? Dude. Like, dude. Like, why is... And you can fucking bridge it with Back to the Future because of fucking Tom Wilson. I mean, brother. Like, what the fuck? But she plays Paige, this scientist that's better than Quinn, or whatever. At least she makes it out that she's better than Quinn and everything. She doesn't want to be, or whatever. But fucking Dean Rivers wants Zoey to show her around. That's why she's even in the picture anyway. Is like, why, bro? Like, why? But basically she gets like Quinn all upset, and Quinn has this weird dream about Albert Einstein and shit, and then she like gives up science, and it doesn't last long because then she fucking like Paige's fucking energy thing almost explodes, so they have to, like, Quinn comes in to fix it, and it's just like, alright, and like I don't really know what to say because I'm so confused as to why, like, I don't understand, like, I don't know, man. Like, honestly, this episode was meh, dude. Like, this season, I gotta let it be known, this season's longer, but I feel like there's more filler in these episodes. Like, the first 2 seasons had some pretty good episodes in them, and granted, this season has had some pretty good episodes too, but most of them have just been meh and mid, and some of them have been the worst of the series, dude. So I'm kind of just going with the flow here. The subplot was Michael kept blowing off his, like, psychology fucking project with Chase and Logan. So Chase and Logan devise a plan to still do their psychology project. So they make Michael think he's fucking crazy because Michael kept blowing him off to like hang out with Lisa and shit. So I mean that, I don't know, man. This season has just been really hit or miss. And it sucks because it's the longest, and it's kind of felt like a drag, if I'm being completely honest. Like, there's been episodes that I've just been like, oh, okay. Like, there's been episodes that I just straight up have not cared about, like, at all. And that sucks. That sucks, bro. That really sucks. But yeah, middle of the road, close to lower middle, honestly. I don't know what else to say, man. There's like 5 more episodes of the season, so I think at least, yeah, there's 5 more episodes of the season, so yeah, fucking, let's go ahead and get to episode number 19 of season 3 of Zoey 101. Might as well. I mean, let's just get to it.
Are you ready?
Alrighty. Season 3, episode number 19 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Son of the Dean. Just about that. Zoey getting in a relationship with the son of the Dean. Dean Rivers, fucking. His son, Lance Rivers. Fucking. And he's got all these benefits and shit. He gives Quinn a new mattress. And gives them all a full-size fridge in their room and shit. And then fucking they have a raffle for this fucking movie that's supposed to, I guess it was filmed on the campus, and they were able to raffle off one ticket or whatever. So the raffle was won by Zoey, and Quinn and Lola accused Lance of rigging it and everything. So Zoey's upset and everything. And she goes and asks fucking Chase and Michael, like, what she should do. And they just say, oh, you should just go and everything. Zoey finds out that Lance rigged it. So she breaks up with Lance and makes up with Quinn and Lola. The subplot of this episode was about Chase and Michael getting an idea for this sketch for their show on Toon Juice from Logan, who basically just sat there and stole it from Friday Night Live, not Saturday Night Live. Real original, fucking Dan Schneider. You know, I should also mention, in the last episode, I forgot to mention it because I just wanted to block it out of my brain. The last episode started with feet. I'm not joking. So fuck you, Dan Schneider. Just fuck you all around, dog. Like, but this episode, it was whatever. I mean, Michael and Chase sat there and went to LA because Friday Night Live was suing them and shit. And they basically got the lawsuit taken down or whatever. I don't fucking know, dude. Like, honestly, this season is dragging now. Like, it's last few episodes have just not been good, man. And it's kind of getting frustrating. So I'm kind of just, I don't know. This is just meh. Again, I don't know, close to the bottom of the list of this season. Fucking hell. I guess above wrestling. There you go. Above wrestling. Fucking. But yeah, let's go ahead and get to the next episode, because we got
4 fucking more this season. Jesus Christ.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 3, episode number... My brain is hurting. 20 of Zoey 101. This episode is called Hands on a Blix Fan. Finally, a decent fucking episode. One that I remember. Basically, most of this episode takes place on one of those competitions where you have to put your hand on a van, and if you take your hand off the van, you're out, and whoever wins it is the last one that had their hand on the van wins something. So fucking everybody's on it pretty much except for Quinn and Lola. Well, Lola gets eliminated fast, but we'll get back to them in a bit because they're part of the subplot. But basically, Logan's trying to cheat and use a chair the entire time, and he keeps trying to cheat the entire time, getting people off by cheating and shit. So, there is that. Fucking, it comes down to Chase, Zoey, Logan, and Stacy. Logan gets Stacy off pretty easily, and then fucking Chase gets off because fucking Zoey almost takes her hand off it because she was falling asleep. But they find out that fucking Logan doesn't need his chair, so he doesn't use the chair, and it goes on for a whole 19 hours basically. And Zoey finally tells Logan, she's like, oh hey, let's make a deal. Fucking, we both take our hands off at the same time and both get it. And Logan's like, deal. So she counts to 3, and then Logan's the only one that takes it off. So Zoey gets I think it's like tickets, and it was like something, and then fucking you could take the Blix jet wherever you wanted, or what the fuck ever. So she got that, and yeah, that was that plot. There's 2 subplots. One where Michael and Lisa have a spat, and that easily, within the next time, after they have the spat and the next time we see them, they're pretty much back on good terms. But the other side plot was fucking Quinn worrying about her breath, and she makes this fucking breath freshener, a Quinvention as she calls it, and she basically just made a laughing gas like she's fucking Scarecrow or the Joker. Yeah, so it takes Lola kissing Mark for her to stop laughing. So that was it. But this is actually a pretty good episode. I want to put this near the top of the list of this season so far because, God, this season is dragged, and this has been actually a good episode. So thank God. And on that note, let's go ahead and get to season 3, episode number 21. We got 3 episodes left of the season, which is good. I'm glad. I'm honestly just, once we get to the end of the season, I'm gonna be so fucking happy. So, because then we got 1 more season left. So, yeah. On that note, let's go ahead and get to that episode.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 3, episode number 21 of Zoey 101. Dance contest. This episode was about Zoey wanting to compete in this dance contest because her grandmother used to be a dancer and everything. She's asking all these people who can be in the contest. Michael can't because he's busy and can't seem to find anybody that could dance with her. And then fucking Lola sits there and asks her friend Gene, and he accepts. But then Gene gets in an accident because of Logan and is out of the dance competition. So Chase decides to practice dancing for over 24 hours to try to keep Zoey in the competition. And he falls asleep, so Zoey doesn't really get to do the competition, but they dance at the end, and it's all heartfelt and everything. The main plot was nice. Honestly, it was pretty nice. I didn't mind it. The other two subplots, because there was two again, which is shocking again. Lola was trying to basically prove that she can get somebody to talk to her or what the fuck ever, and she ends up falling for the guy and everything, and she lies to him. But then she tells him, and she's like, oh, well, I lied to you, but now I kind of like you and everything. And he's like, okay, let's go share a sandwich. And that was basically it. Like, I don't even know. And the other subplot was Michael, Quinn, and Logan trying to become the customer of the week at this coffee shop. And it turns out, even though they all do, like, a bunch of shit, the guy only makes women the customer of the week, so that way he could get in their pants, pretty much. Well, not get in their pants, more get in their, making out. I don't know, man. It's fucking Dan Schneider. That's the pervy shit he fucking puts on our screens. I'm not gonna fucking whatever. For the main plot, honestly, because other plots I could care less about. For the main plot, I'll put it in upper middle of this season. But, yeah, I don't really have much to say about this episode besides that. So, on that note, let's go ahead and get to episode number 22 of season 3.
Are you ready?
Doug. This is fucking episode. Bro, it's fucking 2:22 in the morning. I'm working on this, and I'll have one more to do tonight. But besides that, fucking season 3, episode number 22 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Miss PCA. And, Doug. What? Okay. This episode has many issues. I'm gonna explain these issues in vivid detail. Fucking, I hate you, Dan Schneider. I hate you for making me have to talk about this fuck shit. Why couldn't this be a normal show? Why couldn't it be a normal show? Damn it. I haven't done a normal fucking ranking video since goddamn that 70s show. God damn it. So, this episode was about Logan basically fucking setting up a beauty pageant, and Lola and fucking Zoey sign up for it, and then they get into a fight because Zoey said it herself, beauty pageants bring the worst in people. But the prize is a cover spot on Buzz magazine, which I'm guessing is just like is the biggest magazine in there. Fucking in this universe, I guess. I don't know. Okay, I will say it ends. This subplot ends with the most. First of all, before I talk about how this plot ends, I will talk about the subplot because it's not as bad. So, fucking
Quinn doesn't think Michael's funny. That's it. That's it. But there was one part where fucking Quinn was rubbing Mark's feet. Why, Dan? Why? You know, Mark kind of looks like Dan Schneider too. That's the worst part. He looks like a young Dan Schneider. And fucking... that just... It makes it fucking worse, okay? It makes it fucking worse. But not as bad as what happened in the fucking main plot. Okay? They get all fucking... Zoey and Lola get all fucking whatever with each other. And they have a fight. And eventually it gets physical to where there's a mud pit by where fucking Logan is hosting this beauty pageant. And when I tell you, this perverted motherfucker, I have never seen something so fucking fucked in a show. Dude, some people might not think it's fucked, but I know why Dan put it in here. I know why he put it in here. This sick individual had Victoria Justice and Jamie Lynn Spears have a mud fight in this children's show. Dog. Are we serious? I have seen some shit in this show, dude, and I have brushed it off. I have mentioned it. I have brushed it off, and there has been some really bad things going back watching this show. But dog, are you fucking serious, Dan? Like, what is wrong with you? You can't tell me that wasn't... You can't tell me that was just fucking... Oh, it's just a funny joke. No, it's not. This is fucked now. Like, it's been fucked. Dog, why? Like, why, Dan? Why did you think that was a good idea to put in your fucking children's show? You fucking pedophile. Dude, I am just... I am at a loss for words right now. Like, when I saw that, I put my fucking head in my hands and I was just like, why, brother? Why? What am I watching? Because at that point, dude, at this point, what the fuck? Oh, but they laugh about it. And they pull fucking Logan in the goddamn mud pit. And I'm just like, what? I don't care. I don't care. Like, dog. This episode, dude, like, I just... For that alone, it has to go low. For that alone, it has to go very low on the ranking, dude. Like, I can't put that close to the top or even in the middle. That has to go low. Like, that's bad. That's terrible. Why the fuck? Brother. Oh my god, dude. Like, there's some really good episodes of this show. I'm not trying to say this to be whatever, but that's just fucked. You know that's in the fucking 2000s, or late 90s and 2000s, fucking girls in fucking mud was, for some reason, people were fucking attracted to that. So I know Dan put that in to do, like, to because it's attracted to it. There's no other way or reason why, bro. Like, they could have just had a regular fight. They could have just had a regular fight, dude. It could have been perfectly fine. They could have just had a regular fucking fight, dog. Like, why did it have to be a mud fight? Why, Dan? I just, this is my question. Every time. This is why I say why Dan so much. Because I'm sitting here watching this show, and I'm sitting here, and I see this fuck shit every time. Every time, dog. Like, it's kind of tiring, man. Can we get back to the good episodes? Please. You were on a hot streak the last two, and then this one was fucked. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't... the next episode's like a fucking hour long. I'm not gonna get done with this until like fucking 3 in the goddamn morning. 3:30 in the morning. I'm putting myself through hell for you people. Just so you know. Fucking... But on that note... I'm gonna get to the last episode of Season 3. Up next. Jesus fucking Christ.
Are you ready?
Alrighty. Season 3, episode number 23. The season finale of Season 3 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Goodbye, Zoey. It was 47 minutes long. Holy hell, dude. Oh my god. So, this episode was about Zoey's parents coming in and basically asking Zoey and Dustin if they would like to move to London because Zoey's dad and everything has got a job in London. So Zoey's parents are going to be moving to London, and there is boarding schools that they can go to and everything. Dustin says no, but Zoey's on the fence and everything. And she talks to all of her friends except for Chase, and is like, well, what should I do? And they told her she should probably talk to Chase, and she was like, yeah, Chase is probably the person I'm going to talk to, because fucking his opinion means the most to her, basically. And so Chase finds out through the whole school talking about it. So he thinks that she already planned to go to London and everything. So he's pissed off, and he doesn't give her the time of day. So she decides to go. She goes. He doesn't say goodbye. And it's this whole thing where he finds out that he was the reason she went, because he was an idiot. And basically we deal with the aftermath of all the characters after her leaving. Fucking Quinn and Lola are depressed, and they get Stacy as a roommate, and she's obnoxious. Michael's depressed. Logan's even depressed. Chase replaces Zoey with this girl named Gretchen, who does obviously gross things, but she looks like Zoey, so he's trying to replace her in that way. He tries to apologize to Zoey, but it doesn't go that well, and that's why he doesn't take it that well. And finally he gets confronted by goddamn Michael and Logan destroys one of the giraffe that Zoey gave Chase. And before Logan destroys that, Chase is denying that he misses Zoey at all and everything. By the way, there's a camera in the background that's playing all this, and it's playing to Zoey in London. I don't know how that works, but it's whatever. It's whatever. But she's seeing all this, and basically he admits that he's in love with Zoey, and he always has been, and everything. And Zoey looks shocked, and that's where the episode ends. That's where the season ends. Great episode. Great episode. These hour-long specials, I think, have been top-notch each time. Like, if you've noticed, every hour-long special that they've had has been on, like, it's in the top 10 episodes so far, like, of the entire show ranking. Like, this was really enjoyable. Like, it was great storytelling, great ending, a cliffhanger that doesn't make me want to scream, you know? What is going to make me scream is possibly how the next season is going to go, because they play off this cliffhanger for 2 episodes out of the 13. Because Sean Flynn fucking wanted to focus on going to school like a normal kid, which is cool, it's great, but fucking it kinda fucked up the last season, you know? I mean, they try to, you know, sit there and, like, work around it. I haven't watched much of the last season. I remember a couple episodes out of that season, but I also remember not liking those couple episodes. So, I don't know. This might have that 70s show effect. I'm hoping it won't, because there's 13 episodes left of the series. I'm almost done, and I'm just kind of like, okay, I don't know, man. This episode probably, honestly, I'll put it right under Chase's grandma. I enjoyed it. So, yeah, fucking, on that note, I don't know, man. Like, I'm excited for season 4, but I'm also not at the same time. I don't know how I feel about it, honestly. So, I guess we'll see when we get there. But, yeah, with that being said, I guess let's go ahead and get to season 4. I'm not getting to it tonight because right now it is 3:12 in the goddamn morning. So you'll see me when I'm more refreshed. But yeah, on to season 4, episode 1 of Zoey 101 right about now.
Are you ready?
Ooh, I know you see me standing here. Do I look good, my dear? Do I look good today? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm just another kind of girl.
Are you ready?
Ooh,
Are you ready?
ooh.
Alrighty, season 4, episode number 1 of Zoey 101, Trading Places. This episode basically was about Zoey coming back from England to PCA because she heard what Chase said last episode, the season finale of season 3. And basically Chase went to England so to be with her. So fucking pretty much they're trading places, as the title says. So pretty much it's to the point where fucking Chase and Zoey fucking try to make it work on like some fucking long distance shit, and it doesn't work out because dating through video chat, and pretty much they fucking Chase has to tough it out a semester in England, and Zoey and Chase finally says that they love each other, and the episode pretty much ends there.
Like, pretty much. Honestly, it's best of the season so far. I don't know where necessarily it ranks on the fucking whole chart in general, but best of the season so far because it's the first episode of the season. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't really have much else to say about this episode. It was all right. I mean, I know we're gonna get to a point where Chase isn't the reason why they're doing this with Chase is because he's only in 2 episodes of this season because of the fact that he wanted to focus more on school. So, fucking, we're not gonna see Chase in some of the other episodes. So, yeah. But on that note, we will go ahead and get to Season 4, Episode number 2 of Zoey 101 right about now.
Are you ready?
Alright, Season 4, Episode number 2 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Fake Roommate. And it was about, it had a couple plots. Zoey basically tells Coco to get Dean Rivers something that he likes due to her performance review coming up. So Coco, for some reason, sits there and calls his wife, and his wife says, "Oh, he really likes lions." So she fucking gets a whole ass lion and puts it in his office, and gets fucking fired. like, why wouldn't you get fired in that situation? But she gets fired, and she's becomes a bathroom attendant at this fucking goddamn fancy ass restaurant. And she hates her job. And so Zoey feels bad because she's the one that basically told her to do that. Not in that way, but still. But then they get this new dorm advisor named fucking Myra, what the fuck ever. I don't even remember, if I'm being completely honest with you. And basically, she's like perfect in a way. And everybody just loves this new dorm advisor. Zoey doesn't, and Zoey wants to get Coco back. And they try to do a petition, but the petition doesn't work, and all that shit. So there's that fucking... But they find out that the new dorm advisor has been stealing shit from them, and they get her fired, and Coco's back, and that's basically that. The other plot was fucking Logan and Michael trying to convince their dorm advisor that Chase is still living with them and everything, so they didn't have to get a new roommate. They fail miserably. They fail completely fucking miserably, and they have to get a new roommate, which I assume will be in the next episode. From what I remember, they try... The problem with this season is there's some good things about this season, like the Quinn and Logan relationship, that's what we get to. But, like, there's also some really awful things about this season, like, because of the fact that Chase's actor wanted to focus more on school, fucking, it's like a thing where they do the That 70s Show ending, because it's the season where they basically barely have the main fucking protagonist, like male protagonist in the show, and that everybody likes and everything, and they bring in this new guy who is in a relationship with Zoey, like develops a relationship with Zoey, and everybody hates it.
it's just like it's the same thing pretty much this season, just in a shorter time frame because it's only a 13 episode season. But all in all, like, it's just, I'm not really looking forward to that, to be completely honest. But on that note, this episode wasn't awful. I would say it's probably like underneath Trading Places because it's not great either. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna get the worst. So on that note, let's get to episode 3 of season 4.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season fucking 4, episode number 3 of Zoey 101. This episode is called Alone at PCA. Basically, the gang is all going to, like, they're all gonna try to go camping with Coco. And Coco has a spat with her boyfriend, so she just dips. And fucking the gang just are at PCA alone for their semester break. And they have some fun with it. But then after the fun that they have, fucking after one night, Dean Rivers calls Logan and fucking Michael in and accuses them of smashing his trophy. And it wasn't them, so Zoey, fucking Lola, and Quinn all sit there and fucking find out who did it. And there's this guy named Seamus, and Dean Rivers and fucking Seamus fight. And that was basically it. It was a pretty fucking lame episode, if I'm being completely honest. Like, it was just boring, honestly. Like, it was pretty fucking lame. I don't really have much else to say about this episode, honestly, because it's just boring, man. It was just a boring fucking episode. But with that being said, we will go ahead and get to the next episode of season 4, which is episode 4, fucking right about now.
Are you ready?
Alright, season 4, episode 4 of Zoey 101. This episode is called Rumor of Love. So, what I was talking about a couple episodes ago has happened. A new roommate fucking is here, and his name's James Garrett. Fucking so, one thing I did not remember about this whole thing and this whole plot is that fucking James is played by Austin Butler. Fucking, so, like, this is apparently where he got his start. I didn't know that. Fucking, so, the thing is, and the big problem is, like, the comparisons I made with that 70s show, fucking, they're doing the exact same thing. Like, they're making his character, like, he's perfection, pretty much, is what they're doing. So, I don't know, this episode was more entertaining than the last one, but it still wasn't great. Like, I don't know. I don't hate Austin Butler as an actor. It's not completely like that 70s show, because I genuinely hated who replaced Topher Grace in the last season. But the fact that it's Austin Butler, I I give it a little bit more leeway because I know he's a good actor. But also it's just like, man, like, fucking, I just don't really know how to feel about the whole goddamn storyline, because it's the exact same thing as that 70s show. So, but yeah, that they Zoey and fucking James like kiss at the end. Like, it's not even like, basically a rumor was started that they're dating, and then right after they squashed the rumor, they kiss at the end. Like, genuinely, it's the most fucking deluded thing. Like, I don't understand. But honestly, like, I don't know, man. The rest of the season, it seems like it's just gonna drag. Like, I know it's not gonna be the worst thing ever, but I still think it's gonna drag. So, I don't know. Fucking, I guess we'll put it fucking right above Alone at PCA, because I mean, it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great either, so might as well. But yeah, fucking that's really all I gotta say about this episode, because I can't be bothered saying anything else. Hopefully it keeps getting better, or hopefully it doesn't get worse, I would hope. But yeah, fucking, that being said, let's get on to the next episode of Zoey 101 right about now.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 4, episode number 5 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Anger Management. This episode was fucking bad. Like, awful, bro. Straight up awful. Oh, and it's mainly due to the fucking secondary plot, like the side plot. Oh my god. Let's talk about the main plot first, bro. Talk about the main plot first. So, main plot fucking is about Logan getting angry to the point because Dustin is his personal assistant. Oh, it's the first time we see Dustin this season. We just never fucking see him anymore. But fucking, there's a whole ass thing where Logan gets pissed at Dustin and sends him this rude ass fucking goddamn voicemail. And basically, they, like, Zoey, fucking James, Michael, and Dustin all take that voicemail and upload it to YouTube, or their version of YouTube. By the way, there was also an Easter egg for fucking iCarly in this episode. There was the iCarly.com that was cursed as fuck. I'm assuming fucking Quentin with his fucking, like, every Nickelodeon show is in the the NCU. Is so fucking stupid. But basically, he goes to this anger management class because that's what Dean Rivers says to do, and he tries to get out of it by trying to stay calm for 2 weeks with his anger management fucking, like, I guess fucking, I don't even know, his anger management coach, I guess, I don't fucking know, like, being there for like 2 weeks watching him and shit. So Zoey, James, and Dustin consistently try to fucking anger him, and each time he gets angry but he stays calm. Like, you can tell he's angry but he stays calm. And then he fucking gets like his like paintball grenade thrown at him, and he has all these colors on him, and he's calm, and the fucking anger management guy comes and is like, Logan, you have completed your your assignment or what the fuck ever. It's so, I don't even care, bro. I don't even care because I have some things to talk about. And then he leaves, and then Logan gets angry, and then the anger management guy comes back and says he needs to do fucking the 10 days of fucking 10 sessions of anger management. That was the main plot. We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk about the fucking side plot because it's fucked. And Dan Schneider needs help, bro. Needs fucking help, dude. When I tell you, fucking, bro, this fucking side plot. So, basically, you see Quinn in the room, and she is, for some reason, sucking the chocolate off the chocolate-covered nuts, and then putting the nuts in a bowl. Already, this is weird as fuck, because they have close-up shots of her sucking the chocolate off of the nuts. It sounds fucked, bro. The peanuts. They kept calling them nuts. I'm just gonna say peanuts. I don't know if they're almonds, whatever. They're peanuts to me, okay? I'm not fucking saying nuts, because that's all they were fucking saying in this fucking episode. And it was so goddamn disgusting. Dude, what is wrong with you, Dan? But the point is, she leaves to help Zoey fix her Jet X, and then Lola comes in and is fucking, and sits there and eats the nuts, because she doesn't know. Then Quinn comes back and doesn't tell Lola about the nuts as she sees her eating them, and fucking there's slow motion shots, close-up shots of fucking Lola eating the nuts, the peanuts, dude. And it's so fucking weird, bro. It's so weird and so cursed. And then Quinn leaves, and then fucking Zoey finds out and tells fucking Lola, and then there's this whole thing. And then fucking it gets to a point where Quinn's just trying to figure out how to help their friendship, and basically the only thing that Lola says to do is, oh, I'm gonna gargle a drink, spit it out, and then you have to drink it. What the fuck is wrong with you, Dan? What the fuck, Dan? What is wrong with you? But fucking, she doesn't end up drinking it, and fucking they're just friends again. This episode, so awful, so terrible. No, just no. Fuck no. Bottom of the fucking list of season 4. This was bad. This was fucking bad, dude. This was bad. And I can't honestly, what the fuck is wrong with Dan Schneider? There's so many things. He's so fucked in the head. This isn't funny. It's sickening. It's sick, bro. It's sick. This shit is gross, bro. Why? Brother. What are you doing? I just don't fucking, bro. On to the next episode.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 4, episode 6 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Quinn Misses the Mark. So, basically, the main plot of this episode was Quinn getting dumped by Mark, and she gets dumped because Mark is into this other girl named Brooke. So basically she doesn't act like she's upset at first, and then we then find out that she is really upset because she finds out about the whole Brooke thing, and
she takes it in an unhealthy way, even getting a makeover, which Dan Schneider decided to put her in a really, really short skirt. Dan, why would you do this? Yet again, I might ask. But nonetheless, fucking, she gets upset because Mark doesn't like her with this new makeover and everything. And basically, fucking, she goes and she's on a bench, she's crying, and Logan sees her. And Logan basically says that Mark is stupid for breaking up with her and everything, and consoles her. And they kiss for the first time. And they think it's fucking weird. So, yeah, so that was that plot. Ended pretty much right there. And the other plot was Michael befriending this horse because the horse ate some of Logan's cookies, and the horse just for some reason had this attachment to Michael. And so he's trying to just like have the horse stay away from him the entire time and everything, and it doesn't really work out. And basically fucking it's to a point where fucking he starts actually liking the horse, and Zoe's almost late to a class, so they ride the horse to the class, and he officially names it Sparkplug. But then the owner finds the horse, and he says goodbye to the horse and everything. And yeah, it was just a really nice subplot. It was really nice, honestly. But I think close to the top of the list. Not the best episode of the season, but close to the top of the list. It was pretty good. But on to the next episode right about now.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 4, episode number 7 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Walkathon. It was okay. Basically, it was about fucking Quinn and Logan trying to keep it a secret that they're dating, and they think Michael knows, but he's truly just oblivious. And then the other main plot was fucking goddamn this walkathon, and basically each mile that you pledge money on, like each mile the person like runs, you pay them that amount of money that you're pledging each mile. It's fucked. It's weird. But fucking Lola pledges $30 on Dustin, and that means, and Dustin goes 20 miles, so that means Lola owes $600. And basically she doesn't have $600, so Zoey goes to the place, and there's like this, the owner of the charitable organization is like, it's like this parody of fucking The Sopranos, and it's his name's Carmine, and he says, "Get me the money or else." So they're all fucking scared about it and everything, and find out that it's really nothing, because fucking basically it's just filling out a form and everything. And then the guy teaches Lola how to knit. So yeah, honestly, it was okay. Middle of the list. On to the next one.
Are you ready?
Alrighty. Season 4, episode number 8 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Vince is Back. It is about Vince Blake coming back and everybody being pissed when they realize he's nice. I shit you not. Like, it was really fucking boring. It was really fucking boring and lame. And if I'm being completely honest with you, I don't have much to say about it. Like, straight up, I don't. Like, that's about it. That is legit the entirety of the episode. And, yeah. Fucking, it had, like, no substance whatsoever. Fucking, can't be bothered. Fucking, on to the next episode. Episode number 9. Fuck's sake.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, Season 4, Episode 9 of Zoey 101. We're so close to being done. There's like 4 more episodes after this, so goddamn. This episode is called Dinner for Too Many. Fucking, this episode was basically about Zoey and James going out to dinner, but Logan and Quinn are also trying to go on a secret date out to dinner at the same place. And Logan and Quinn have to hide their relationship and everything. But fucking Zoey just wants it to be her and James. I'm gonna be completely honest, like, I don't mind Austin Butler, but I don't give 2 shits about this relationship. I care more about the Logan and Quinn plotline than I fucking do goddamn the Zoey and fucking James storyline. I can't be bothered, if I'm being completely honest with you. And then fucking in the mix of all that, fucking Lola and Michael get involved in everything, and they all have dinner, and Zoey reluctantly kind of deals with it and everything, and then fucking they find out Coco's there, but since Coco worked at that restaurant, she's trying to like wear a disguise and everything, and they all get thrown out because Coco was banned. And it was okay. Like, I don't know. I'm just kind of waiting for the episodes to get better, if I'm being completely honest with you, because it's not really getting better and everything. But yeah, I mean, I don't really have too much to say. This episode was just kind of whatever. But I don't know. Fucking I mean, I don't know. Fucking on that note, I guess fucking we will get to the next episode, because I don't have anything else to say, and there's like 4 more left, so the whole show, so almost done. But yeah, fucking let's go ahead and get to episode number 10.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, season 4, episode 10. It's like 1:27 a.m. I'm recording this, bro. Fucking this episode of Zoey 101, I should say. This episode was called Coffee Cart Ban. Dean Rivers' fucking wife gets run over by a coffee cart, so he bans coffee carts. And then fucking Zoey, Lola, and Quinn, and like they make a fucking illegal coffee shop. And then Logan and Michael make a illegal coffee shop. And, yeah, fucking, they get busted, but Dean Rivers actually has coffee, so he reverts the decision. And that was it. That's it. It was just pretty boring. Close to the bottom of the list. Can't be bothered. On to the next episode.
Are you ready?
Oh, roll on, roller coaster. Jesus fucking Christ. You know, as Austin's hick ass would say, because he loves listening to Kid Rock. But anyway, welcome back. I'm here covering another Zoey 101 episode. This is my last episode because we are in season 4, the final season. So, a lot has changed. I will say the cast looks a lot fucking older. So, the episode I'm covering is called Roller Coaster. So, I just want to start off by saying the episode had a good message. You know, and I really just wanted to be like, you know, this was a good episode, it had a genuine good message, but, you know, Dan Schneider, Mr. Bring All My Bitches Back, he just can't help himself. He just has to put the sexual shit in there. Like, I was this close to being like, you know, this was a really good episode, but I just can't do it, because Dan Schneider just can't help himself. And then, he's the writer, and he's the director, and he's the executive producer. His name's all fucking over this shit now. Jesus Christ. But anyway, so I'll get to what Mr. Dan decided to put in this episode. But let's talk about how the episode started. So, Roller Coaster starts in an actual class with their teacher called Mr. Behringer. And he's their physics teacher. So how do they? These classes don't make sense. They don't, like, they go from having a wrestling class, a fucking class about making TV commercials about a JetX scooter. Like, in this episode, they talk about how they have a yoga class and this class and that. Like, what is this campus? Like, I'm so lost. Like. And from what Austin has told me, like, it's never really explained what PCA is, like, what the campus is, and why they're there, and fucking how their classes make any sense. So, but anyway, it starts off with Mr. Behringer, and he's given a lesson about physics, and it's really fucking boring, and everybody in class is falling asleep, and then he stops himself and he's just like, oh, why do I feel like Quinn is the only one who cares? Does everybody think that physics is just boring? And then he just gets upset and he's like, oh, I'm a boring teacher. And then they're all just like, no, you're not a boring teacher. And he's fucking, he says, oh, I wanted to fucking be this or this or something before I was a teacher, but no, I had to become a physics teacher. And then then Zoey suggests, like, why doesn't he make the physics lesson more relatable to them, or relatable to something that's not totally boring? And he says, oh, like a Tesla coil? And then fucking Quinn tells him roller coaster, and then he starts explaining how the physics of a roller coaster work. And then we have the character of James. He puts his hand up and he's just like, oh, well, Mr. Behringer, if we want to learn about the physics of roller coasters, wouldn't it be better for us to actually experience roller coasters in person so we can understand the physics of it? And then he's like, oh, I don't know, and they're begging him, and then he's just like, fine, let's go ride some roller coasters. And then we see Michael, who looks disheveled. So then we see Lola and Logan eating lunch, and for some reason Lola throws away Logan's hamburger. Now, I'm taking a shot in the dark here. I'm assuming Austin has probably explained this, I don't know, but because Lola was eating a tray of fruit, so I'm just gonna go ahead and guess that the reason she threw his hamburger away is because our character is supposed to be like a vegan or some shit. So that's my guess. And then Logan says, "Oh, where's my hamburger?" And then he just can't figure it out. And then fucking Michael and his girlfriend, who was his girlfriend actually? She even listed? Lisa. Fucking. So they walk up and they're all eating lunch, and then Zoey is there as well, and she starts talking about how they're gonna go to, I think it's called Mystic Mountain was the amusement park, and then Michael just starts freaking out and he's like, "Oh, can we stop talking about roller coasters? I didn't sign up for the roller coaster lunch club." And he's freaking out, and they're like, "Michael, what's the matter?" And he's like, "Nothing." And then he walks away, and then he comes back and he says, "Oh, I'm afraid, okay? I'm afraid of roller coasters. I have been ever since I was a little kid." And then they tell Logan not to tell anybody. And fucking, there's like, "Logan, what's the secret code?" And he's like, "What are you talking about, secret code?" And fucking Lola, Dan Schneider had to just write this in there, so fucking keep in mind, they're teenagers, and Lola just starts biting Logan's ear. And I'm just like, why? Like, why? Why was this necessary, Dan? Why? Is it because you wanted underage Victoria Justice to fucking nibble on your ear, Dan? Is that what you wanted? Do you wish that you were Logan, Dan? Yeah, I bet you want to fucking have her nibble on your... You probably fucking want to sit there and goddamn nibble on all the fucking little kids' ears. And fucking it's evident because in all the photos they put in Quiet on Set, it's just you around all these fucking children, smiling and just being creepy and touching on them. So I wouldn't be surprised if he wrote that in there just because he was like, "Oh, man, I want Victoria Justice to fucking nibble on my ear," or some shit like that. I wouldn't be surprised if that's why Dan Schneider fucking wrote that in there. Fucking creep. And it's not the only creepy thing he put in this episode, because what he says later, or what he writes later, is fucking worse. So then the next day, Michael comes to school, or the campus. Well, I don't know, they call it school, they call it a campus, I don't know what the fuck it is, okay? I'm just gonna say PCA, okay? So he's just going around trying to talk to people, and they're just laughing at him, and he goes to play pool, and they're like, "Oh, Michael, you're gonna play pool? Isn't it too scary for you?" And everybody's laughing at him, and then these two kids try to give him a teddy bear nightlight, and he fucking shoves both of them down, and then he realizes that fucking Logan told everybody, so he goes to hunt him down. And so there's not really like a B plot to this episode besides the fact that, like, for some reason Lola has this whole thing where she keeps asking Zoey, "Oh, do you think a duck would make a good pet?" and shit. But I'm assuming, I don't know, because like Quinn is like this nerdy character, but it almost seems like Victoria Justice's character is like just the weird character now. I don't know. But anyway, so Michael finds Logan and he gets pissed at him, and so he fucking ties Logan up and fucking starts shooting spitballs at him, and somebody calls Zoey and tells her, by the way, I want to point out, fucking, at the time that this came out, I'm not sure, does it tell me the date on here? It says 2008, so I think that's around like 2007, 2008 is around when iCarly started, so Zoe's fucking ringtone on her phone is the iCarly theme song, so there's a nice little subtle reference. But so she's just like, "Oh my god, Logan's torturing, or Michael's torturing Logan." I'm just like, "Oh, Dan, so we're writing about kids torturing each other and kids being tortured. Is that what you want, Dan? You want to torture fucking little kids, Dan?" But so apparently from all the fucking kids that worked with him, they said it was fucking torture working with them, so hey, there you go. But anyway, so they go to stop Michael, and he's just mad, and he's like, "Oh, he told the whole school that I'm a wimp, and now I'm a laughingstock." And they ask Logan why he did it, and he's just like, "Oh, the people have a right to know." And so they convince Michael to let him down. And also, can I, like, Jake's character, or not Jake, fucking James's character, I guess he's dating Zoey, I don't know, and he's just like a super chill guy the whole time. So, fucking, but, yeah, so, fucking, they tell Michael that he needs to face his fear, or whatever. So, they put him in this fucking, I don't remember what it was called. It was basically like a simulation thing, and it's for like astronauts and pilots to simulate like what it's like to fly a plane and stuff like that, which I guess is similar to a roller coaster apparently. So they put Michael in it, and he's just like, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, and he's all scared. And they try to simulate what it's like being on a roller coaster. At first it's fine, and then they increase the intensity, and Michael just freaks the fuck out, and he's like, oh, let me out, and they turn it off, and he bolts out of the fucking chair, fucking crashes into a fucking fence and breaks it. And then later we see Michael and his girlfriend hanging out, and fucking they talk about how like everybody's afraid of something, and he's like, oh, what are you afraid of? And she's just like, oh, being locked in a cage with a tiger. And he's like, but see, that's a valid fear. Yours isn't like silly like mine. Like, I'm 16 years old and I'm afraid of roller coasters. And then there's like a scene where they're chilling on the couch together, and his girlfriend is just like, oh, I love you no matter what you're afraid of. And then this is where it gets fucked. So then a spider crawls across the floor, and she starts freaking out, and she runs out of the room, and she calls for this girl named Millie, and it's like this little fucking child, and she comes in and squashes the spider, which you could tell was an obviously fake spider, by the way. And then Millie's just like, oh, I'll see you at yoga class tomorrow. And I'll bring that up in a second. But what happens next is so fucking creepy. So Michael is just like, oh, what was that about? Why didn't you ask me to kill the spider? And he's just like, oh, you think I'm a wimp. You think I'm a wimp. And she's like, no, I don't. And he says, yes, you do. And then she tries to get him to stay by, oh, she's like, oh, you know, why don't you give me a kiss? And he's just, and I swear to God, Michael says, they have him utter this about a little girl, and I know this was a Dan Schneider line. Michael says, oh, why don't you go kiss Millie? Brother, we're putting in lines about kissing little girls, Dan Schneider. Are we serious? Are we serious? And not only that, why is a little girl going to a yoga class, Dan Schneider? Do you want to explain that? Dan, do you like seeing little girls do yoga? Do you like kissing on little girls, Dan? Is that why you write all this shit into these episodes? But no, Dan Schneider, he just claims that he's innocent, and, you know, oh, Dan Schneider has denied this accusation and denied this allegation, and Dan Schneider said that this is false, and Dan Schneider says that this didn't happen. Fuck you, Dan. Fuck you. So fucking tired of your fucking ass. I know Austin's gotta be tired of your fucking ass by now, because he's watching this whole show. Go fuck yourself, Dan. But anyway, so after that, fucking Michael is just frustrated, and he doesn't know what to do, and he's talking to Zoey, and he tells her about what happened, and then Zoey says, oh, you're really starting to irritate me, and she calls him a wimp, and she's just like, oh, I'm calling you you're a wimp, not because you're afraid, but you're a wimp because you won't do anything to deal with it. And fucking, he's just like, oh, well, what am I supposed to do? And she says, you need to face your fear for real. And he's like, for real? And she's like, yeah. And then we cut to Mystic Mountain, the amusement park, and Zoey and Michael are there, and I have a question about this too. So, one thing, I don't think that a teacher can just randomly say, hey, we're taking a field trip to an amusement park. I'm pretty sure they have to, tell the school about it and get the okay from the school and everything like that. They can't just be like, oh, we just decided to go to Mystic Mountain just randomly. Also, can I ask how Zoey and Michael, because they go to this fucking amusement park at 7 in the morning when they're supposed to be in school, or no, it's on a Saturday actually. First of all, who the hell gets up at 7 in the morning on a Saturday? Second of all, who the hell goes to an amusement park at 7 in the morning on a Saturday? And third of all, how the fuck can these two teenagers get into this amusement park? And they say it's 3 hours before the park even opens. So how the fuck are these two teenagers able to get in there and ride the fucking roller coaster? And the people working there are just okay with it. How the fuck are they allowed to do that? This amusement park, surely it doesn't have anything to do with the school, so it's not like they should just be able to get in for free. So how the fuck did they get in the fucking amusement park? It doesn't make any sense. Like, how did they... Oh my god. The just sheer stupidity of this show where they just don't explain anything. Like, how do these two teenagers just show up to this amusement park before they even open and they're just allowed to ride the roller coasters? Like, and they don't have to pay to get in. They don't have to, like, bro, I'm sure that's not legal. Like, and then there's this little fucking midget that works there. What's his name? David Steinberg. He plays Bert. And fucking... So, Zoey asks if the roller coaster is ready to go. They're fucking gonna ride the spine twister, is what it's called. And so he's just like, yeah, and he starts joking around, but Michael's just scared, and he's like, oh, get a sense of humor, man. And so, excuse me. So, Michael gets on the roller coaster, and Zoe's just like, oh, are you sure you want to do this? And he's like, oh, I'm sure, I have to do it. And then Bert gets ready to throw the switch, and then Michael just starts crying. He's like, no, let me off, I don't want to do it. And then fucking Lisa walks up, and fucking she's just like, oh, Michael, you don't have to do this, I love you no matter what you're afraid of. And then Michael's just like, oh, throw the switch, I'm doing it. So he starts the coaster, and Michael starts going around, he's screaming, and fucking he's terrified. And then the longer he's on it, he starts enjoying it, and he's just like, oh yeah, woohoo, does this thing go any faster? And he basically overcomes his fear. And then we see this fucking scene, which I was just like, why? Because we cut to what is called a PCA Saturday afternoon concert. I'm just like, I'm sorry, and they have like this whole stage set up outside, and I'm just like, why is the campus having a Saturday afternoon concert? And then like these two girls come out on stage with fucking guitars, and they start singing this whole song. It's just kind of really cringy, and it's just very poorly written. And they say like the most generic things, like they just say like, oh, I want to be with you tonight, I just want to be in the light, like shit like that. This is just, it's so just poorly written. I don't know if Dan Schneider wrote those fucking lyrics or not, but he probably wrote the lyrics to fucking Mr. Girl, fucking pedophile. But anyway, so Lola and fucking James. Lola, James, and fucking whoever the fuck else was there, fucking Logan or whoever the fuck it was, they're all just sitting there, and then Zoey and Lisa walk up and fucking they talk about how Michael overcame his fear of roller coasters, and there's like, oh, well, where's Michael at? And then it cuts to Michael still riding the roller coaster, and they just literally reuse the exact same shots of him just going, yeah, oh yeah, woohoo, does this thing go any faster? And it's just so lazy that they just reuse the same shots. And then that's just where the episode ends. So, yeah, fucking that was Roller Coaster. It was fucking cursed because Dan Schneider is a fucking creepy ass pedo. So, yeah, fucking overall, it wasn't a bad episode. It had a good message, but Dan Schneider just had to be a creep. He just had to be a fucking creep. But anyway, that is going to be it for my Zoey 101 reviews. So, I hope you all enjoyed my reviews. But I think there's only a couple episodes left, like 2 or 3 episodes left of the show. So, I am going to hand it back over to Austin so he can go ahead and finish out Zoey 101. So, I'll catch you guys next time.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, Season 4, Episode number 12 of Zoey 101. This episode was called Chasing Zoey. By God, it was cursed, bro. It was an hour-long special. It was about prom, everything. I'll go through all the plot lines, like, one by one, because I'm not going to go back and forth. I can't be bothered with going back and forth. So the main plot line was Zoey breaking up with fucking James, and we don't see him ever again in the series because James got her a necklace that said I love you, and she didn't love him back, basically, because, I mean, at this point we all know fucking it's her and Chase at the end of the series and everything. But fucking basically she breaks up with James and she's not wanting to go to the prom and everything. But then she gets a call from this unknown number, and it's Chase, and Chase surprises her with being at the prom. Don't know what the explanation was for it, because they didn't really give one. They were just like, oh, Chase is back. So fucking I couldn't tell you the explanation besides the fact that, oh, they just wanted it to be an ending like that. This isn't the last episode. There's one more episode after this. But fucking basically he falls down and everything a couple times in some slapstick comedy, and fucking Zoey goes over to him and they kiss finally for the first time, and they are now dating and they go dance at the prom. That was the first plot line and the main plot line of the episode. And then we get to the other plot lines. The Logan and Quinn plot line, they're still trying to hide their relationship and everything, so they decide that they have to take different people to the prom, and they can't decide who to take to the prom, so they try to decide for themselves. So Quinn is going to pick Logan's going to pick Quinn's, and Quinn picks Stacy for Logan, which that's automatically a disaster. And then fucking Logan picks Dustin for Quinn, and they have an awful time at the prom, like a genuine awful time at the prom, to the point to where they sit there, and finally Logan is the one that does it. He officially, Stacy tries to kiss him, and he officially admits his love for Quinn, and Quinn admits her love for Logan, and they're out in the open with their relationship. So fucking then they just go and dance, and that was the end of that plot line. So then we had Michael
getting a stick shift for from his dad that he wants to learn how to drive so he could drive Lisa to the prom. So he gets like taught by this fucking Mr. Miyagi parody, and Dan Schneider, of course, with the feet shit every time. They had fucking Michael stomping grapes with his bare ass feet because thank you, Dan Schneider. And that's not the only time we get to talk about Dan in this episode. So, either way, he learns how to drive the stick shift, but basically he finds out that this Mr. Miyagi parody is a figment of his imagination. And once he finds that out, he just pretty much dances. Like, that's pretty much it. Like, also, fucking, Michael takes Mark Del Figolo to drive his stick shift and everything, and they hit Stacy, and now Stacy talks normally. I don't really mention Stacy a lot in this fucking show because she's mainly just a fucking sight gag. So the fact that she was like a main plot point in this story was different to say the least. But the last plot was Lola and Vince going to dinner, and basically this is what I gotta talk about because they go to dinner and they're trying to get back to the prom with a taxi, and the taxi driver just has to be Dan Schneider. Why? I was afraid this was gonna happen. I was afraid he was gonna insert himself into this fucking show. When I started reviewing this, I was like, please, dear God, I really hope he doesn't fucking insert him fucking self into the show. And he did. I was so close. There's 2 episodes left, and he inserts himself in the second to last episode. Fuck you, Dan. Fuck you. You're cursed. You're fucking cursed. And you're a disgusting human being. But basically, he's a taxi driver, and he decides, oh, I'm done being a taxi driver, and he fucking leaves. So Lola and Vince have to get there on foot, basically. And they get there, and they dance. They all celebrate the chase is back, and they dance, and that's the end of it. So, besides the weird shit and Dan Schneider, honestly, when it comes to this season, it's been nothing but kind of dog shit. So, if I'm being completely honest, there's been not really too much I could really say has been good this season. So, this has to go at the top of the list, honestly. Honestly. But, yeah, fucking, that's really all I gotta say. This is a really good episode, and, there's one more left. We're finally about to get to the series finale of Zoey 101. I've been doing this for a month, so I'm ready to be done. Like, fucking. So, on that note, let's go ahead and get to Season 4, Episode number 13 of Zoey 101, the final episode of the series finale. Let's get to it right about now.
Are you ready?
Alrighty, Season 4, Episode number 13, PCA Confidential. This episode was basically a clip show. The series finale was basically a clip show. From what I saw, I guess, like, it looks like that both the last episode and this episode aired on the same night. Because on Paramount Plus, it shows, like, the specific dates of when these came out. So these came out on the same night. I feel like they were going for the whole, like, last episode to be like episode 12 to be the last episode, but for some reason they made this. I'm confused on why, because the last episode felt more impactful as a series finale than this, because it was just a clip show. Although there was like a whole section of the clip show dedicated to Dan Schneider's weird fucking fetishes, because of course there goddamn was. They couldn't stop. The last episode, they had to sit there and do that fuck shit, dude. Like, seriously? But I don't know. It felt like a very lukewarm ending to this. Like, it wasn't like bad or anything. It was just fucking Zoey, Chase, and Stacy answering questions, and then those questions leading into montages, and it was just like, oh, okay, this is really how we're gonna end this. Like, I don't know, just kind of disappointing for this. Like, this is like the past 60 episodes I've been fucking watching, and now episode 61, the last one, is just a clip show. Like, this is it's kind of rough, you know? Like, honestly. So I don't know, man. Like, this is just kind of a rough ending to the show. Although I will be covering Zoey 102 after this, so there's the bright side. I'll be seeing how that is, if it's good or not. I've heard good things, I've heard bad things, so who knows. But in terms of this last episode, I mean, I guess I'd have to say middle of the list. Probably upper middle, honestly, but it still was just a really weird way to end the show in a whole. But on that note, you gotta get to the conclusion in the ranking, so let's go ahead and get to that. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Ooh, I know you see me standing here. Do I look good, my dear? Do I look good today? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm just another kind of girl.
Alrighty, it is time for my official ranking of every Zoey 101 episode, worst to best. So the worst is gonna be worst is up top. So basically, like 61 being the worst and number 1 being the best. So I'm gonna count down, fucking on some Ellis Mark shit. So fucking, we will start off with Hot Dean, Miss PCA, Anger Management, Election, Vince is Back, Zoey's Ribs, Coffee Cart Man, Zoey's Balloon, Alone at PCA, Prank Week, Zoey's Tutor, Quinn's Alpaca, Wrestling, Defending Dustin, Son of the Dean, Girls Will Be Boys, Webcam, Dinner for Too Many, Broadcast Views, Page at PCA, Walkathon, Quinn's Date, Quarantine, Roller Coaster, PCA Confidential, Favor Chain, Rumor of Love, Silver Hammer Society, New Roomies, Backpack, Fake Roommate, Drippin' Episode, People Auction, The Great Vince Blake, School Dance, The Radio, Spring Fling, Back to PCA, Logan Gets Cut Off, Quinn Misses the Mark, Haunted House, Dance Contest, Michael Loves Lisa, Trading Places, Surprise, Bad Girl, The Play, Chase's Girlfriend, Jet X, Time Capsule, Hands on a Blix Van, Disc Golf, Curse at PCA, Chasing Zoey, Lola Likes Chase, Welcome to PCA, Robot Wars, Goodbye Zoey, Chase's grandma, Little Beach Party, and finally, Spring Breakup. My fucking god. Holy shit. So that is my ranking. Worst being Hot Dean, best being Spring Breakup. So, on that note, let's go ahead and get to the conclusion.
Are you ready?
Alright, on to my conclusion. Fucking hell. Zoey 101. Jesus Christ. This series, it was nostalgic to go back to. And I do... Like, I'm not mad that I went back to it. It is cursed that I fucking went back to it and everything. As much as I do like the show, I know it has its disgusting shit along with it, which is just, it just sucks from my childhood, if I'm being completely honest with you. But the stuff that I did like, it was nice to go back on and relive my nostalgia in a way. I do think, in a lot of ways, I know it's usually you should separate the art from the artist. But it's hard. It's really hard to, with some things. That's why I can't go back and watch Jeepers Creepers and everything. It was really hard to, with anything Dan Schneider, because of how creepy he fucking is. It's really hard to separate the art from the artist. But due to how nostalgic this show makes me, I was able to tough it out at times. And the stuff that I did like, I really appreciated. Because it made me feel like I was a kid again, you know. But fucking hell, you know. Some of the shit, though, like, the stuff that I screamed about, nonetheless, was definitely, like, glaring issues to this show. Which, there was a lot of things I forgot about this show. Mainly the glaring issues. So, that's a big problem. But, I don't know, like, I enjoy this experience. Would I say I enjoyed it more than that 70s show? I don't think I did enjoy it more than that 70s show, but honestly, ranking-wise, video-wise, I think I enjoyed it close to as much as that 70s show, so I'd probably say this is like number 2 in my ranking videos so far, and I have a bunch of those, so there's that. But this is the first one I officially like ranked the whole show and actually like ranked episode by episode. I did it usually by season, but I never did it the whole full show, and I figured I would start with something small like that with the 61 episode count of this fucking show. It was easier to do than a fucking 200 episode show, that 70s show. It was a lot easier to do. But I don't know. I do want to thank Devin, Mateo, and Kyle for doing some guest reviews, along with Devin doing the intermission for this video. I appreciate all of you for helping me with this video. It was a big help, and I'm glad to have you guys on. In terms of how I'm feeling about the show in a whole, I think it's a good show if you could look past all the fuck shit. I wouldn't show it to your children, even though it is a children's show, because of the fuck shit, but honestly, like, if you were to go back and be nostalgic for it and everything, like, I think you should have the right to do that and go back to it if you grew up with it, like I did at least. But I don't know. I do think it's definitely got its issues, mainly Dan Schneider related. So it's hard, and a lot of people left the show. A couple people left the show early on. I don't think they got a full, like, they didn't get a full cast, like, that was like stuck in the cast until season 3, and they officially like got a full like main cast that didn't leave. Which I don't blame them for leaving. There's reasons that they left, and it's okay because of the fuck shit Dan Schneider did and has done. Like I'm not surprised they left, you know? I really am not. When it comes down to some of the actors and actresses, it got a lot of people started. A lot of people that I didn't remember. I knew Victoria Justice was in this show. So I knew that was the case. So she got her start in this show. They had fucking Jeanette McCurdy start out in a starring episode. Like a guest starring type episode. Before she was on iCarly, so there was that. They had fucking goddamn Miranda Cosgrove guest star. They had fucking Austin Butler, who would later play fucking Elvis and a bunch of other roles. I don't really know all of his career, but it was surprising noticing that he started on a kid's show. I didn't know that. I remembered that there was going to be another love interest in the last season, but I didn't remember that it was Austin fucking Butler who played the love interest. But honestly, I think it's a good show to go back on if you're nostalgic for it. If you're trying to get your kids into it, don't, because there's a lot of fuck shit in it that your kids don't need to see, okay? They don't. They straight up don't. But in terms of if I think it holds up, no, it fucking doesn't. It does not hold up to today. I'll tell you, it's so dated, but it's dated in a good way for me, in a way. Like, I don't like the fuck shit because that's sickening, but the stuff that I did like, it reminded me of some 2000 shit because it came out in the 2000s, you know. And I really missed that time. So, I don't know. Honestly, like I said, I think it's just a good show to go back if you're nostalgic on it. That's the best I could do there. When it comes to what is next, I have to watch fucking Zoey 102. So that was the goal of this video. Rank this entire series and then watch Zoey 102 and review that. Hopefully it's okay. I don't know. I've heard good and bad things, like I've said before. But besides that, I don't really got much else to say. Thank you guys for watching this Austintheartist review. I appreciate everybody who watches all through these, and everybody who clicks on my video, even if it's just for a few minutes, you know. I appreciate everybody for watching these videos, and man, on that note, thank you guys for watching, and peace.
Are you ready?
Ooh, I know you see me standing here.